Dallas Industrial. How is everybody? My good friend Conrad Madsen. I'm looking forward to this panel. I get to moderate panels later this morning, and this is the one I would like to moderate. So this is gonna be fun. You all are in for a treat. I got to do a couple of housekeeping items real quick because that's my job. So watch the old guy try to screen share. I'm getting this figured out. Here we go. 2021 Red News Dallas Fort Worth Industrial Summit. This is us, RE Journals. So Red News to you in Texas. In case you didn't know, about a year and a half ago, Red News joined a bigger organization, RE Journals. We have 6 publications across 17 states. We are the largest publisher in commercial real estate, and we put on about 150 events just like this one every year, although they're supposed to be live, not virtual. So let's hurry up and get our shots or whatever we got to do to get past this. There's a chat button at the bottom of your screen, probably below this or all of our mugs when we get back on the screen. That's your chance to interact with the panel and each other. There's a trick here, though, to the Zoom chat room. It's different than other things. There's a drop-down menu that you have to click. Otherwise, all of your messages are just going to go to the panelists. So you got to click on panelists and attendees, and then you can send a message to the attendees. I would love it if you could go into the chat room right now and enter this, not a trivia question, but a poll question. How many fans do you expect to see at the first baseball game in Texas? So I don't know who's playing first out of your teams, but let's just say how many fans in the stadium will be allowed to see the first baseball game this spring. So that's my trivia question. Go in the chat room, answer that right now. This is approved for 4 hours of Texas continuing education. If you're one of those people that's logging in for continuing ed, you don't have to do anything fancy. You don't have to answer questions. You don't have to take a test or do anything like that, but you do have to, I mark when you log in and I mark when you log out. So you got to stay logged in the whole time. That's the trick there. If you have to log out and come back in, I can see that, okay? But make sure you're logged in for the entire time. That'll help you get those credits. Okay, we're gonna start here, but I got one more trick. I'm a 2-trick pony. I got one more to go. I'm gonna show you our virtual lobby just real quick here. And this is a good way to network. So if you can see my screen right now, and I got to talk to our design people because an empty warehouse, I don't think there are any empty warehouses in Dallas, but this is the panel that's coming up. This is where you can learn more information about them and network with them. So if you see below Timothy's headshot here, there's a little LinkedIn button. You click that button. You can connect with them on LinkedIn, also learn more about them. That's where their bio and stuff is. But, you know, we can't really network in an online environment, but at least click through all these. You probably got 16 new LinkedIn connections today. And then below that, you can see what they're going to talk about and some ads. If you want to learn more about our sponsors, they're right there. I'm going to thank our sponsors between this panel and the next panel because I want to let these guys get going. Tim, the panel is yours. I'll be here if you need me. Greg Learman, I see you down there at the bottom. If you turn your camera off and wait for your panel, you can disappear. And this is all yours, Tim. Have at it.
Thank you, Todd. I'm very excited to be here. Not only do I do real estate, I'm a fan of real estate. And folks, those of you that know, we're in one of the greatest markets and at the greatest times in history in the United States. We're in Dallas, Texas, the North Texas market. Forgive me for narrowing it to Dallas. And if you're in real estate, commercial real estate in Dallas, you're in the big leagues. And we have some of the biggest hitters on our panel this morning. There's only 130 SIOR CCIMs in the United States, and we have 2 of them on our panel. Conrad, Alan Gump and Mark Graybill. Conrad, also an SIOR. John Gorman, who leases over 3.5 million square feet. I mean, hello, try to wrap your mind around that and get back with me in 10 minutes. I mean, that's pretty impressive. So we have a who's who of North Texas commercial realtors, and I'm very honored. I love each and every one of these guys. I've had the pleasure to work with each and every one of them. They're some of the finest folks I know. If I had to recommend someone for my mom to do a deal, each and every one of these men would be up there at the top of the list. They're quality, fine gentlemen and great Texans. So first I want to give a brief introduction and let them tell you a little bit more about themselves. My dear friend Conrad Madsen owns his own company. He's self-made, done very, very well. Came from another background, quickly pivoted into commercial real estate and just started hitting it off the chart right from the beginning. Conrad is a Texas Tech grad, and as I said, he's an SIOR, which that's some of the highest productivity in the United States. And if you're an SIOR in Dallas, you're one of the top SIORs because the threshold to hit it here in Dallas is higher than almost anywhere else. Conrad, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thank you, Tim, for that gracious introduction.
I'm a fan, brother.
Alan, I just noted, I looked on you, Alan. I don't see your SIOR pen, and I don't have mine either today, but
I didn't, no, go ahead.
that's all right, buddy. Mine's at the office. I just keep mine over there at the office. But
I have it.
introduction, you know, Conrad Madsen. I've been focusing on industrial now for going on 20 years. Do a lot here in the DFW market, and also do quite a bit all over the United States. And I just have, you know, it's funny. I got in this business 20 years ago, and most of the guys on this call can probably reiterate the same thing. When they got in the business, you know, everybody kind of laughed and said we'd never make any money because we weren't office brokers, retail brokers. That's where we needed to focus on. And it's just interesting over the last decade how the world has changed. Amazon's changed the world, and now every broker in any other asset class, just about, other than maybe a multifamily investment sales guy or a data center guy, wants to be an industrial broker these days. So we're extremely fortunate. You're on mute, Tim.
Uh-oh.
Tim, you're on mute.
Tim, you're muted.
Thank you. Technology, keeping up with it. Thank
That's
you, Todd. Alan is a dear friend of mine and one of my neighbors. Alan, graduate from the University of Texas. He's also the former national SIOR president. Alan's resume is that if it can be achieved in commercial real estate, he's done it. Everyone goes to Alan for advice. He's a wonderful mentor and friend and an off-the-chart commercial real estate broker. Alan, and he's very blessed to have his daughter as his partner, so they have a rock star team over there. Alan, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, thanks, Tim, and thanks, Todd, for having all of us. And I know you guys have some great panels coming up in the next few hours, and I'm really looking forward to hearing those as well as these guys that we have this morning. Yeah, I started off at the Baldwin Company in 1984, so long time, but great industry. As Tim said, my daughter Allison Yost worked with me. We've been working together now for 9 years, and we're still just grinding, and it's a lot of fun.
Thank you, Alan. John is also a Texas Tech grad, and he's been with the Holt Lunsford company for several years. And from the landlord side, he's done everything and has some of the greatest in-depth experience from finding land, building it ground up, and the absorption here in Dallas. If you can find land nowadays, good luck. John, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, thank you, Tim. Yeah, as you indicated, I've been doing this over 30 years now. I'm one of the guys, as we were talking before the meeting got started, that has been around long enough that sometimes with the amount of activity that's happening and the pace at which change takes place in our market right now, it's kind of interesting for the older guys to cast off our old experiences, so to speak, because we really are breaking into some new ground. Yes, I've been with Holt for now over 20 years, and we've done both the ground up development stuff. We actually oversee, I think our overall portfolio is in excess of 75 million square feet now of industrial in Dallas, Fort Worth, and the Houston markets. And yeah, it's a unique time that we're in, and who knows how long it'll last. As somebody was saying the other day, you know, we're all been blue collar box guys for the longest time, and I think Holt was actually one not long ago. He said that he was industrial before industrial was cool, kind of playing off that song that we all might know. Anyhow, it's good to be in this segment of the business right now. I think the debt guys might be the only ones that are actually outpacing some of the industrial fellows, maybe. Who knows?
Dead guys, they're voting in doing industrial deals. My good friend Mark, I can't say enough about Mark. Mark is one of the most neat and entertaining brokers. And if you're not paying attention, that'll deflect from how brilliant he is as a commercial real estate broker. He's a great guy to hang out with personally. Him and his wife are rock stars. They're always fun. It's always fun to be around Mark. Mark is a Texas State graduate, Lyndon Baines Johnson's school, and a school my third son's very fond of. Mark, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, number one, I'm humbled to be on this panel with great practitioners and deal makers, and it's just a great opportunity. I'm a contrarian. I'm a left-handed person, so I've been in the business about 23 years, but started out as an analyst and worked full time, and then went and got my graduate degree, and I worked at a couple of firms and saw all these folks making a lot of money and the excitement and so forth. And I decided after turning 30 and getting a mortgage and getting married that I wanted to try this real estate thing on the brokerage side. So I've been brokering about 17 years. I represent about 3 million square foot of industrial product for a variety of REITs. Do a fair amount of tenant rep. I've worked on corporate services groups and transacted in about 40 markets across the United States. And I'd say I'm just a junkyard dog. I do all things industrial, love the business, and happy to be on this panel with you guys.
Thank you, Mark. Folks, I mentioned earlier, we're at an unprecedented time in the U.S. history and in Texas history. You know, we've always had a reputation for when the market's good, we overbuild. Well, there's not the land to overbuild anymore. There's market constraints. And if you go outside the major metropolitan areas, we're constrained by utilities. And I remember hearing my good friend Alan Gump here. Alan, you'll probably correct me, but it was, I think 7-8 years ago, you were given a panel. I forget which group it was to, and you drew a clock face around the Metroplex, and you were looking for a build-to-suit for 450,000 square feet. And you said, my dear friends and brokers and colleagues, if you don't realize this, you need to pay attention. There was only 7 land sites from the 10 o'clock to the 5 o'clock. And that was really enlightening. I said, this is a big deal. And we've watched that. Everyone on this panel has watched it disappear and watched the value shoot through the roof and get rates we've never expected to get. So I want to talk a little bit about that. I want to start with you, Conrad. As far as market trends, vacancy rates, absorption, rental rates, and new construction activity. What are you seeing out there, Conrad?
I'm not as huge of a stat guy as, say, probably Graybill and Gorman, who represent a ton of landlords and have to regurgitate that stuff all the time. But, you know, I mean, rates are essentially at historic lows. We've been bouncing around 6% on the vacancy rate here for the last several years. You know, it's ticked up a little bit over the last year. I think that's just because of however we have every developer, major developer in the country that basically almost has a regional office here. So we're building a lot of product. You know, we've plus or minus 30 million square feet is under construction. Everybody's got a different number from 26 to 32. Everybody can come up with a different number there. You know, the big stat for me right now that I'm looking at, because if there's any area that I kind of focus a little bit more, it's kind of out east. And I mean, everybody on this call can attest, nobody used to talk about Mesquite. I mean, nobody used to talk about Mesquite. And I mean, tiny submarket, 25, 30 million square feet of inventory. And now, because of the lack of land, which you mentioned, Tim, earlier, and how it's shrinking, Mesquite has now become like this golden child because it is the closest available submarket to the dense population centers of DFW that still has some land. And it's astonishing to me that we're talking about 8 to 9 million feet right now between Mesquite, Balch Springs, and Forney, a product that could be coming out of the ground if everybody goes vertical. So it's just those are a few stats that I'd throw out. Other guys will have other stuff, but you know, in general, the market, we stopped moving for 4 to 6 weeks at the beginning of COVID, and the market picked right back up, and it's only been hotter since then. You know, rates are continuing to climb, all those things. So I'll pass the baton to who you'd like to next. But those
thank you, Conrad. In Mesquite is even top in the country for value in residential real estate and value in the Metroplex. One of my sons is looking for a home there right now. Alan, vacancy rates, market trends, absorption, rental rates, new construction activity. What are you seeing out there?
You know, the market is so dynamic. And, you know, thinking about this panel, that's the one word that I think probably describes it. And the dynamics are different depending on the submarket you're talking about, depending on the size of the transactions. You know, everybody, you know, for example, there's some submarkets like in Fort Worth, there were a lot of, everybody kind of went out and built the same size at the same time. And there for a while, you had a glut, but then the market absorbs that. And so you can have a glut in the first half of the year, and then you can, in a particular, say a 700,000 foot size range, and then you can be literally devoid of space. When we did the Smucker's deal, it was 1 million square feet a couple of years ago. There were 6 million foot buildings on the market. Amazon had kind of pulled the plug on doing any deals for a while. And we were it. We were the only 1 million foot deal in the market. By the end of the year, there were multiple 1 million foot deals, and several of those buildings were gone. And you know, now we're at the point where we don't really, I don't know off the top of my head how many 1 million footers are sitting on the market right now, but it's just an incredibly dynamic market. And I was in Carter Industrial Park a couple of months ago, and it probably had been 2 months since maybe 3 since I had driven through Carter, had a reason to. I mean, I went the first 20 years of my career and never saw Carter Industrial Park. And now, you know, I drove through there a month or so ago, and there were 7 buildings I didn't know existed that were up. So it's so dynamic. It changes constantly. And I don't think I don't see any real end to this because the demand, Conrad was talking about Mesquite, which is kind of funny. I've got 2 deals working in that market right now. And, you know, it's hard to find, for example, in that particular case, there are a couple of buildings that are recently built, and I looked at them initially and thought, I can't believe they picked this site to build these 2 buildings. Those buildings are gone. So, you know, what I thought I used to know, I now realize I don't know anymore, because it just almost doesn't seem to matter. Whatever you put up, it'll get grabbed up. And so the rates are, the rental rates, you need to have a really good broker on your deal, because the comps that may have made sense 6 months ago may not make sense today. And so you really need to know the dynamics of the submarket and the size of the deal that you're running, and what the dynamics are for that. How many deals of that size are out in the market? Just like the 1 million footer, there were no deals, and then all of a sudden there was a flood of 1 million foot deals in the market 6 months later. So that's my take.
Matt Edgar said to all of us, if you build it, they will come. And that's so true for Texas. And John, you've been building it, and they're coming. John, what are you seeing out there? Vacancy rates, absorption, rental rates, market trends, and new construction activity.
Well, I think, as most of the guys on the panel all know, I focus primarily in South Dallas area. Basically, all my product that I oversee, it's probably 6.5 to 7 million square feet. Really range from I-30 down through that Loop 12, I-20 and I-45 type corridor. And that's about 130 million square foot area that we keep an eye on and so forth. And South Dallas has not really enjoyed the same single digit vacancy throughout most of this recovery until the recent, I'd say the last 18 months or so. And part of that is because that south corridor of I-20 and I-45 was one of the few places where you could actually still get land that you could put up a larger project, that you could acquire 60 acres or more and come out of the ground with, a 1 million square foot type project. And, what that does, I've always described it somewhat as being the pendulum swing in those types of markets is more dynamic. It's more extreme. And as a result of that, you go through these waves of activity. Someone like Alan is describing when he's talking about the million square footers, where, you know, the lead time it takes to put a project on the ground, and next thing you know, half a dozen or more institutional owners want to get in the game, and you find yourself with, more of those that product or building on the ground than what the activity is leasing up. But that activity, fortunately, because there was a pause in the construction for that southern sector, we actually caught up with the rest of the market, in which, we're in a very healthy single-digit vacancy rate. Now that's going to change. That's going to change for the same reason I was just describing, that, you've probably got 6 different groups right now that are either under construction or soon to break ground on another million square foot type project. And those are the ones that are just hovering at 1 million square feet. If you drop down below that and you want to pick up the 800s and the 600s and the 400s, there's even more, that's going to be coming. So really it's trying to taper how fast. And I don't know that we can right now, except for the fact, as you pointed out in the very beginning, the limitation of land sites that are there. That's really been somewhat guarding us from repeating the same sins of our past, where we simply overbuild and so forth. And we've enjoyed this, I'd call it 6.5% vacancy now for quite some time, in which we've really been able to absorb that which we built. And really through this past 2020 with COVID was probably the first time that we see that little bit of an imbalance that's taking place with the overall absorption, not necessarily keeping pace with the amount of projects that were constructed or being constructed. But again, as industrial real estate is the darling of institutional money now, I don't see that. Well, that is going to be one of the factors. But again, the constraint of land is definitely going to be the governor for us. And I think when you were describing the clock scenario before and what Alan had talked about before, I think something for all of us to get our head around a little bit is that the picture of the Dallas market is different today. In other words, our previous understanding of what are the parameters of the Dallas-Fort Worth area are changing with, as Conrad was commenting and so forth, as we go out and we start seeing these projects in Forney and Midlothian and Mansfield and these outlying areas that you wouldn't have before now are coming into play because this inner dynamic, there aren't sites available. And we are now enjoying this real rent growth because of having an interior location, an infilled location. Anything on the 635 route that circles around or even further out is considered an infill location. That these outer areas of Forney and Denton and so forth are coming into play, Midlothian, and are really being truly considered by investment sources.
Again, access, the proximity now to downtown, the labor base, you're exactly right. Thank you, John. Outstanding. Mark, what are your thoughts? Market trends, vacancy rates, absorption, rental rates, new construction. You're hustling everywhere. What are you seeing, Mark?
I tend to take the approach, again, being the contrarian here, that I look at macro trends. I'm kind of an hobby economist, if you will. And let's put things in perspective. When, in the early 2000s, when I got in the business, the market was about, the industrial market encompassed about 800 million square feet. And here we are this year, or probably next year, we will hit a billion square feet, a Chicago-sized market. Again, 15, 20 years ago, Dallas-Fort Worth, and I'll defer to Alan and John on this, from an institutional investment grade standpoint, was probably number 12, 13, or 14. Now we're number 3. So what is driving that? It is job creation, which drives population growth. We've done a study the last 5 or 6 years, and we looked at Dallas-Fort Worth, and I interviewed some REITs, and I talked about the market, and I regurgitated all these stats. And I said, what is the one thing that's driving this? And I think John hit on it. We've all hit on it. Dallas-Fort Worth is now a mature market. So it is institutional grade. It's below, the top 10. We're in the top 3. We have infill locations, as John has mentioned. There's not a lot of developable land. And think about it, what's happening in this cycle. Prior to 2010, our natural equilibrium on vacancy rate was 8 to 10%. Since 2012, when all the build-to-suits happened, and the 2014, all the new speculative development really happened in this cycle, the vacancy rate has been below that. So we have a new reset of a new. We're now kind of an East Coast, not a 3% vacant market, but we've come into our own, into a new transition. Dallas-Fort Worth is seeing institutional money. It's a top 3 market. We have the population growth we had prior to 2020. 300 people or so moving here a year for the last 3 to 4 years. And guess what? In McKinney, you're seeing speculative development. Conrad mentioned Mesquite. We're talking about Forney. In Denton, you're seeing institutional money and speculative development. So we're going out of what used to be the core areas, north and south of DFW Airport, Alliance to the north, South Dallas to the southeast. And now we're going out in the suburbs, and it's kind of pioneering. And those buildings are getting leased. So our market has changed fundamentally, and it's job creation. It's the corporate moves. It is a pro-business state, and it's progressive regulatory environments on the West Coast and high tax rates that have moved these companies here, which precipitated population growth. Guess what? Now we have, Amazon has 12 million square foot of buildings here servicing us, rolling out 6 locations of 150 to 200,000 square foot to service all these different metro areas and population centers.
Tim, you're on mute. If I may, I'll add to a little bit.
Please, John.
One of the interesting parts, really, you go back to, this may sound strange to some people, but 2008 was very good for Dallas. 2008 was very, very good for Dallas, because what happened was that corporate America went into their conference rooms to try and figure out how they were going to do the most they could with the fewest number of locations. And we were not going to replace, LA, Long Beach, on the West Coast, New Jersey, Philadelphia on your East Coast, and then Chicago in the central Midwest. And essentially what happened in 2008 is that corporate America looked at their distribution routes, their maps, the infrastructure, and everything that was there, and Dallas became the southern sibling to Chicago. And that's when we became that 4th choice in the country for distribution. But then as things continued to 2012 and 2014, we completely outpaced Chicago. And Chicago would even admit that. And what it is what's so different for Dallas, as Mark had alluded to earlier, is the size that we have been in the time of 2008. And really, those other 3 locations were all 1.2 billion square feet. And basically, as we've evolved to be recognized as a 4th choice and now a 3rd choice in the country, that's been a big spark to this amount of growth. And all of the infrastructure is in place, from the railroads, the airports, and the freeway system, and where it's connecting and so forth. And we have a much more favorable climate, not only in the weather climate, but obviously from a political climate that has really just been the foundation for this boom that we're actually experiencing right now.
Thank you, John. I want to pivot word of the year last year a little bit and talk about last year and COVID. And I'm gonna start with you, Conrad. What did you see change with tenants' needs and landlords' needs? We heard a new term coming to fruition called zombie retail, and now technology's emerging, onshoring, things coming in from China. No longer, we're moving stuff back here. Robotics. What all has all that had on industrial real estate?
I think the thing that we learned, the biggest lesson that we learned that's going to come out of COVID was supply chain interruption. When you have a pandemic and you have an abundance of demand, but you can't get product to your end customer or client or supplier, you have a problem. And so over the last 10 to 15 years, there's been this trend of just in time. We're only going to carry just-in-time inventory because it's leaner and cheaper for the occupants. But what we realized is that just-in-time, when you have a pandemic and you have people flocking to grab goods and services, you can't supply enough of those goods and services if you don't have the inventory there. And so what we learned is with the vast majority of manufacturing that comes from China, that puts us in a pickle from a variety of, I mean, you can go all different, different industries, if you will, but obviously, drugs and, you name it. But so I think the biggest thing that happened is we learned that just in time doesn't work to some degree. So in turn, what I'm noticing is people are considering now carrying bridge inventories or for those not on, that aren't real estate experts here, a little excess inventory inside their warehouse, which makes people like Mark Graybill and John Gorman real happy, because that means your tenants are going to lease more warehouse space, right? The other thing that I think's happened is there's a general consensus of the world kind of turning against China to a degree because of the irresponsibleness that they had regarding COVID. And not to mention, if you really want to get it into it from an environmental perspective, they emit like 28% of the greenhouse gases on Earth. So, I do believe there's going to be a benefit of onshoring coming back to the States. It's going to be higher end products because the labor rate doesn't work for cheaper stuff. But I think the biggest beneficiary here is going to be Mexico. There's a ton of manufacturing already along the Texas-Mexico border, and I think we're going to see more of that, because when you factor in the 3-week boat ride and the logistical cost, Mexico is now on par with China when you factor in all your operational costs of running a manufacturing facility. So what does that mean for DFW? Well, the beauty of that is every guy on this call knows that almost every one of those manufacturers that has a warehouse across from Laredo, McAllen, or Brownsville, or Juarez, has a distribution center here in the DFW market, or a lot of them do. And so the shift of onshoring, the shift of nearshoring is going to only spur additional development and industrial demand for DFW. So I think those are the biggest trends that I think are going to come out of really the pandemic over the last year.
Great insight, Conrad. Thank you very much. Alan, all this stuff that's changed. What have you seen from a tenant and landlord's perspective? What changed there? We heard this new term, zombie retail. We see robotics coming into the marketplace. What are you seeing there, Alan?
Yeah, I mean, and to piggyback on what Conrad was talking about, just in time, the phrase probably we've all heard is now they're taking just in case inventory. And just kind of a fun fact, and I know this isn't breaking news, everybody's probably read this, but I was talking to a good friend of mine who's an executive at BNSF, and he was telling me that I was asking him about, is this the Keystone shutdown going to have an impact on you? And he said, not really. He said that, and he was kind of saying that pales in comparison. He said, we're back. This was a few weeks ago. He said, we're back to having 20 ships sitting off the port of LA for 2 weeks waiting to get to unload. So the amount of inventory that we're buying from China is still staggering, and all that's got to go into warehouses. So just kind of for what it's worth. On the robotics, you mentioned robotics. We're actually involved in some of that. What's interesting about it is the amount of tenant improvement dollars that goes into these robotics facilities. I had never seen it until really last year. Was really my first foray into seeing what that entails, doing a build a suit for that. And it's an incredible, it surpasses, cold storage, freezer storage, freezer, all that we've always thought of as really the super high level. Well, let me tell you, it's got nothing on robotics. The amount of money that goes into these facilities is just staggering. I think there's no question it's coming. You're going to see more and more of it. And I'm talking about not just having a robot in the warehouse. I'm talking about facilities that are truly robotic truly do replace a lot of the human workers that would normally go into some of these facilities, which are not just distribution, but they're actually value add. So there's some operation going on inside of that building where perhaps you're, electronics, manufacturing, that type of thing. And it's you're seeing more and more of that. And I also wanted to, Mark Graybill brought up a point that I remember back in the dark ages that you guys like to put me in. We used to see those maps, and it was, if you have 2 warehouses, it's going to be one in LA, one in New Jersey. If you have 3, it's going to be those, and then Chicago. And then if you're going to have 4, one of them is going to be in Atlanta. And Dallas, you're right, Dallas can't. We're actually working on 2 deals right now. And this, again, purely anecdotal, but where companies are putting their second facility. In other words, they have a headquarters facility, and that's their main operation, but they need to have a second facility, and they're coming to Dallas. And it's not necessarily a large distribution center, but they know they've got to have another facility somewhere else. And these are not small companies. And so I think in some ways we've moved up to the second facility. And this isn't, again, this is not necessarily a distribution network. This is just corporate America wanting a second location, and they see the DFW area being the right place to put that. So I'm really encouraged. I'm probably as optimistic as I've ever been, and I'm usually the contrarian. I'm usually taking the other side, which scares me a little. I'm not used to being this optimistic, but I think there's so many. And by the way, and I don't know if anybody said this yet or not, but regardless of your decision on land, on Denton is getting a lot of conversation nowadays. Mesquite, clearly, even West Fort Worth. I mean, whoever thought that would ever happen, but it absolutely is. And you're just anywhere you can get land, there's conversation. But it all comes back to where's the labor, and labor is still the driving force. That is the number one issue. Every deal, and we've struggled on some of the deals we've done in finding sites where we can do the labor, where the labor is still going to be really good. And Mountain Creek, when we did a deal down there, and that was a stellar labor location. And so it's labor is a big factor, and one of the reasons why really Mesquite, Forney, are top of mind now for a lot of companies. Where can you go put a big facility and find the labor? And so labor is still the driving force behind most of the deals that we do.
Thank you, Alan. John, COVID, you've seen it. What impact did it have on the landlord side, on the tenant side? Robotics, this new zombie retail converting space. What have you seen, John?
COVID was a pause, really, for the most part, and everybody was trying to figure out what was going to take place, what measures needed to take place. A lot of tenants, not a lot really, but a fair number of tenants, immediately started asking for help as well, which what we found for most of those tenants, they had to fill out the necessary paperwork, provide their new financials, and give us updated information on what their situation was like. And, most of the institutional owners that we dealt with were willing to help those that actually needed help, or, could show that they were taking measures themselves to do it. And, granted, there were several different ways then of trying to catch up. And so I think the norm got to be, at the most, maybe a 90-day abatement situation that was discussed. Again, not everybody got that, but then those who did get it, it was then caught back up, with some sort of term extension or an amortization of that rent over a 12-month period. Again, it was figured out several different ways to whatever worked for both the landlord and the tenant. But it didn't take long for people then to either, reinvent themselves, and figure out how they were going to basically address this. But they came to realize that maybe they didn't need nearly as much office space as they had, because their sales staff that used to be officing with them as well, they were all working remotely. So there's been changes like that, but overall, it's really been more of a pause. But most tenants continued to go on. And actually, as Conrad has mentioned, the demands were there, and people were trying to figure out how they could pick up more inventory so they could continue to meet the demands that were there because of the supply chain problems that were introduced by it. But I think going forward, I think, in the year that we've been messing with this, I think most people have figured out how to either restructure or reinvent themselves, and to tackle the issue, if you will, at hand by the same type of technology that we're working with this morning. And things continue to move forward. And then the e-commerce aspect, the zombie retail, if you will, that was already probably 30% of the transactions that were happening in Dallas were definitely related to e-commerce. And I think that obviously has spiked up quite a bit. I mean, it's numbing somewhat to realize how many square feet Amazon has in our overall area. When you turn around and you look at, an absorption number, it's probably around 20 million square feet for 2020, or any of the years prior to that. If you then took and made a footnote to each one of those to go, how much of that was Amazon? I think we'd all be surprised, to realize that, they were probably representing 10% of every annual absorption that we've had since, 2014, it seems like. They're just the appetite that they've had. And, they just are creating, much like Walmart does in a retail setting at one point in time, Amazon somewhat having that effect, I think, a little bit on the industrial side, as far as where they go into a market, and they can make a leap into a 40, for example, and they affirm the fact that that's a viable location, and then a lot of people are willing to follow there after that.
Tim, I'm going to jump in on, while we're on the subject of Amazon, my good friend Charles Raymond, who's on, I believe, the last panel, called me a few months ago, or a couple months ago, and said, hey, I'm just going to alert you to something, because he knew we had a couple of build-to-suits in process. And he said, I'm just going to alert you to something. He said, structural steel has gone up 20% in the last 6 months, solely because Amazon has cornered the market in the structural steel supply. There's only a few companies that do structural steel, and I'm not talking about the small stuff. I'm talking about the girders and the large structural steel that takes to build these buildings. They've got so many buildings under construction in the country that they have locked it up. And literally within a week after he told me that, we got a phone call from the contractor that's building this one building for us, and he said, we've got to order the steel by the end of this week, or we're going to get hit with a 20% increase. So it's having a major impact on everything. That being probably one of the most. And we had another one where we got the same. We actually did get hit with a substantial price increase on the steel. We weren't far enough along, and so it hit us. So anyway, just a fun fact.
Thank you, Alan. And John, back to what you were talking about with the negotiations between the landlord and the tenant. I really think at a very interesting level, we saw some of the best of Texas, the folks working out to keep businesses going and working through these problems together. It was an interesting thing to watch play out. Just this past week, we had a group we'd negotiated with who, coming out of all this, we had a landlord agree to give them a concession, and they didn't get a new contract with something very similar. They came back and said they didn't need the concession after it was already negotiated, and they could have taken it for the next, year. They didn't take it. It was great to see some of the best of Texas, I believe, how these folks work things out. Mark, same question. How landlords and tenants, COVID, how things changed, robotics, the the zombie retail? What were you seeing, Mark?
Well, in mid-March, the phone quit ringing last year, and it took about 60 days. But, there are a lot of calls like this. What do we do? What's happening in the world? The country was locking down. It was progression, and then the goalposts were being changed, and then you have to change your social behavior, and we're wearing masks and this sort of thing. And then we look up, and I had one of my greatest years in our company did last year in 2020. So I think, we've all in different ways said that the industrial sector is the, kind of the darling of the other commercial property types. If you've got a sovereign wealth fund that wants to put money in real estate, you're looking at the United States. And if you're looking at an asset class and you've got an office thing that's 25 where you've got a lot of regional companies that are going dark and restaurants, you're going to put your money in industrial real estate. So I think as a country and a real estate practitioner, it's great to be in our sector. Secondly, to be in Dallas-Fort Worth. I want to tackle something that Alan mentioned about labor. On the landlord side, there's a few e-commerce deals that it kind of ties to labor, but also e-commerce. There are a few deals that are out there right now. On the e-commerce side, yes, to John's point, it's overwhelming to see the proportion of space that Amazon has occupied. And because of the pandemic, our consumer behavior has changed traditional to an e-commerce platform. Then with contactless delivery in the pandemic, folks are not going out to shop. So guess what? The traditional retailers now, even more so because of the pandemic, having to invest in a delivery to the building, to the home, in a contactless delivery format related to our healthcare crisis. Interesting things on e-commerce as well. Think about all the dock in the boxes. If you look at the healthcare industry, CVS Pharmacy, Walgreens, and so forth, healthcare companies, insurers are now putting a footprint in pharmacies at your local pharmacy where you can get vaccinations, where you can get checkups and that sort of thing. Turda Group last week, they're looking at a fulfillment. It is an insurer that is looking at opening a fulfillment center to serve those. If you look at traditional retailers, just like Amazon is rolling out test cases, now 6 locations of 250,000 square foot as touch points to hit that high demographic zip code or high dollar sales zip code area throughout the metro. Other retailers are following suit. Then you talk about labor. If you've got a high, there was a broker from out of market we just closed called 100,000 square foot deal. And he said, hey, we've looked all over the market, and he had representation locally with a co-broker helping him in this search. And he was leveraging us. And I was kind of calling this bluff. He said, we're looking at South Dallas. We're looking over here. We're looking over there. And I knew at the end of the day, they would come to our building. Number one, we were priced appropriately. Number two, they had a presence in that county, if you will. But number three, labor was important. And if you look at Vistaprint has a vacant building on the market in sublease in South Dallas right now. It's 100% HVAC. It has a ton of parking. It's vacant. If you've got, where did Shutterfly go? They went to the north part of the market. If you need high skilled labor and a lot of it and quality labor, South Dallas is saturated by a lot of e-commerce facilities. And so if it's an industry where you're looking for $12, $15, $18, not just forklift drivers and warehouse and material handling folks, you're going to look at other parts of the market. So labor is a concern. And if you look at the bottom line, it's labor, transportation, then real estate, or somewhere in that order. But real estate is a rounding error to the labor concern if you're a major employer of skilled labor in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and across the country. So, and I think another thing to think about is trends. When I started this business, the population of DFW was about 4.6 million. Right now, we're about 7.8 million. By 2030, it's projected we'll have about 9 to 10 million people. Well, for every person that is added to the population of DFW, that represents about 110 to 124 square foot of warehouse space, and a trend where we're buying more so online and in e-commerce format. So it's going to continue to grow, and you need a place to put this product. And industries taking a look at an industrial that is not your typical pallet, your box, and so forth, to serve. Our consumer behavior is changing, which industrial is the beneficiary
Thank
of.
you, Mark. And we have 10 minutes left. I want to give everybody a couple minutes. Closing statements. We've talked about so many great topics. Onshoring, how that's bringing things here into Texas. And I know a lot of people expected the president to change some of the reasons and benefits for onshoring. That has not changed yet. We're looking to see good things there. Touched on evolving last mile capabilities. And right now, as we close out, any anomalies or things you're seeing in the market? Which markets are struggling? Which markets are expanding? And some of the good values in the market. And here, everything seems to be good right here in the Metroplex. But any insight and enlightenment you have on that? Couple minutes each. Conrad?
Yeah, I mean, expand on the labor point. We've all been hearing it for a long while. Like, labor is just getting tighter and tighter every year. You know, when we leased the Bearings project out in Garland, that was 1 million square feet. These were two of the deals that came to that market, performed their labor studies, and every single one of them pointed to basically Northeast Dallas as having the most favorable labor pool in all of DFW. Second is basically Grand Prairie, Arlington. And because of that, you're now also, because you have labor over there, I think is truly one of the driving forces of why you're seeing Forney, Sunnyvale, Mesquite to a degree blowing up from a construction perspective. But it also goes back to school districts. So school district, you know, Sunnyvale and Forney have great school districts, but also so does Denton, right? And Denton's blowing up right now. And I truly believe the next pioneering spot down south is Midlothian, because where Midlothian has great school districts and labor, which I know this isn't going to appease John Gorman, but which South Dallas does not have, right? So, you know, when you look at where Balch Springs and Mesquite and Forney are right on the fringe of 20, but with great school districts and access to labor, and you look at where Midlothian is, and you look where Denton is up there on the north side, that is the underlying thing of why these areas are exploding. It's because of labor.
Thank you, Conrad. Alan?
Just, you know, we're in the conversation having to do with last mile. One of the transactions that I think is, I don't know that it's been announced, but or has gotten a lot of press, but you know, Amazon is taking the old Taylor Publishing building over on Mockingbird, and then they're I think the Comerica Bank building next door to that, they're going to tear that down and use it for parking. And they're going to repurpose the Taylor Publishing. And what's interesting to me is seeing a lot of the inner city, basically, real estate transactions where you are taking properties that I don't think anybody would have thought of as industrial, as a pure industrial play 10 years ago, but now it is. We've got our 17 acres over there next to Brook Hollow Golf Club. That's probably going to ultimately be redeveloped as an industrial play. And I think a lot of us thought it would be apartments or something along those lines, but you're seeing some, and the prices on this, I mean, the prices that were being thrown around on that Mockingbird transaction were like 25 bucks a foot to the dirt. And so I think everything that you thought you knew about industrial land values, especially when it comes to close in projects where it is critical that they have a close location to the Park Cities, North Dallas. We did a 20,000 square foot warehouse lease a year ago to RH. Rents were up in the mid-teens, and there was no TIs. But it was a warehouse building. I think it's the only warehouse building in University Park, over by Cafe Brazil. The reality is, it's just a new world when it comes to inner city industrial. If you can find the land, forget what you thought the rents were. It has no bearing on anything else we do. It's a new day when it comes to that kind of industrial real estate.
Well, when you consider, Alan, that the rent portion is so small of the
Correct.
total overall last mile logistical cost, guys will play double, triple rent because if they can get that product to their end customer.
You're right. That's exactly right.
Thank you, man. John, a couple minutes.
Well, land price is the key. I mean, I agree with what Alan's pointing out there. And I think we all would be nodding in agreement when we start thinking about what we used to think a land price was for an industrial development and what we're seeing today. And when you have people going in and buying dirt and paying $7 a foot for projects to do, bulk industrial or something like that. And the vacancy rates that really are interesting, we've been talking about the 6.5 and so forth, which a lot of those reports are even lagging statistics. The reality that you get into is that we really experience higher rent growth at 5%, and then again, even more so at 3%, which is some of the justification that people are willing to go ahead and pay those higher prices for the dirt because of the rent growth that we're having, because the vacancy level is so low in these interior locations, if you will.
Thank you, John. Mark?
When I, again, dating myself, but 15, 20 years brokering, I think we'd look at land sites, and if Gump was out running a build to suit, he'd say, tell a client in controlled industrial park that land would be, you're representing a group, $250, then it was $350 a foot. 2.5, 3 years ago in GSW, an infill site was $6 a foot. I'm actively out sending offers on behalf of a developer for $950 a foot.
Oh, yeah.
It is insane. And again, just being close to a touch point, close to a population center in an infill type scenario, the tenants will pay it to be close to serving their customers, which are residences, e-commerce related. So again, I think as a capstone, Dallas has come a long way. We are an infill market. We are a mature market, but it's getting increasingly more difficult to advise your clients because there are many nuances depending on what their need is, where they need to go, what the price is, what the market will bear, and what are your labor constraints.
Mark, thank you. Oh, what a great forum today. Great information. Thank you, man. It's been a pleasure this morning. Todd, I'm gonna turn it back over to you. Thank you.
What a great panel. Looking forward to a great rest of the day. If you all say goodbyes now, if you're all signing off, new people coming on, now's the time you want to activate your microphone and camera. I'm going to do a little screen share again here. Just let me get it up. All right, I see people coming in. That's perfect. So I'm going back to our virtual lobby here, and you can see this is the next panel with my goofy picture right there. So a couple things I want to point out here. Number one is don't forget to punch this LinkedIn button and connect with these folks. At least you can do a little bit of networking here today. I also wanted to take this moment to thank our sponsors. If I could bring you all back in time to March 2020, I was in Texas. Full panic mode when COVID hit because we're in the event business. 75% of what we do is live events, and that got shut down. But our whole team pivoted and we figured out how to do this online stuff. I pulled out my pink tie and we got to work. But we wouldn't be able to do it without these sponsors. So I want to thank these people: Asset Preservation, Manhart Consulting, Van Trust, CCIM, North Texas chapter, and Sparrowhawk. Thanks. Good to see Sparrowhawk on here as usual. Great group there. Okay, let's see. We are talking, there we go. I think we got the whole team. We are talking how to work with government. I'm going to moderate this panel, so I'm going to stick around. But let's do this, gentlemen. Let's start with Chris. If you could introduce yourself, I'll throw your headshot up on the screen and give us who you are, what you do, but maybe kind of what you're working on right now. What's the hot item in today's world?
Sure. So Chris Strayer, I'm the Executive Vice President for the Fort Worth Chamber of Commerce. And so working with some of the folks on the phone here with doing some regional economic development and trying to just grow the economy, grow jobs, grow investment here in the DFW area.
Excellent. Let's move on here. Alex, why don't you give us your 2 cents, what you're up to and who you are.
I'm Alex Phillips, Economic Development Director for the City of Burleson. And right now, working with Chris and his team for the regional effort with new jobs and new growth. But with us, we've pivoted and we've turned economic development into kind of community development as well in the City of Burleson and working on anything and everything that people want to come to town.
That's fantastic. I love that y'all are brief. Michael, let's go to you.
Yeah, Michael Talley, Director of Economic Development for Denton County. So we work with Chris as well from a regional perspective, but we work North Fort Worth all the way up to north of Denton, all the way across to Frisco, Prosper, Salina area. So a lot of things coming this way. As Conrad and the panel before us mentioned, a lot of outer markets just from Tarrant and Dallas County. We're getting a lot of action from industrial right now.
Yeah, that first panel was great. They stole some thunder, but we're going to build on it, right? Okay, Guy, let's go to you. Last but not least, of course. Sounds like you're on mute. I'm not getting anything from you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. I'm Guy Brown. I'm in Southeast Dallas County in the city of Hutchins. We have what's called the Dallas County Inland Port, or a lot of folks know it as the Dallas Logistics Hub. We have the Union Pacific Intermodal here and a part called Prime Point where we actually deliver rail to buildings. And we focus primarily on logistics and, delivering infrastructure to the inland port.
That's fantastic. Well, let's just dig in, okay? Really quick, though, before I do that, sorry, I should say let's not dig in. One quick point. Go to the chat room. This is where you're going to be able to ask questions of this group. I know they have a wealth of information, so don't hesitate. If you're thinking of anything at all, please put it in there and let's talk it through. But, well, gentlemen, let's start with, and I'm going to start with Michael. What's going on in the world right now in terms of, I'll call it deal flow? Companies looking to move in, expand in the DFW area and surrounding areas. What's the latest and what's going on?
Sure. We talked about this a lot, especially like we mentioned with Chris and Alex, both working 35W basically from Johnson County all the way up to Denton County right now. We're seeing a lot of people just want to be in the DFW market. Logistically, it just makes sense. I know Conrad, Timothy and the team earlier mentioned Denton a few different times. Denton's getting a lot more action because of 35W and 35E, but there's no lack of companies looking. Like they mentioned earlier, everyone took a pause April, May last year, and then the floodgates opened. The governor's office was busier than ever. Chris and his team at Fort Worth Chamber, Dallas Regional Chamber, busier than ever. So the industrial mix looks a little bit different. I'd say some of the projects we're getting right now are a mix of office, front office, regional HQs. Still getting the HQs looking, and I know the county, our commissioners court would love to get more of that. And we're going after that, but I think there's just a different mix of things. They're trying to do combinations rather than just do a warehouse. A great example is Farmer Brothers, who moved their headquarters here from California a few years ago. Ariat, we just did a deal with them with the city of Fort Worth in the fall. That was a regional HQ, about 70 front office corporate people as well as the distribution. So just a different mixture of things, I think. But I think a lot of companies were looking here, and I think the COVID process of thinking just sped everything up. I know Chris talked about this a little bit the other day, but one of the things that's holding some of these companies back right now is just getting boots on the ground to see the sites, whether that be from U.S. companies or outside the U.S. So it's just really a good mixture right now.
Yeah, let's use that to go over to Chris. And what are you seeing in terms of delays? How long are the delays? What's going on? How much is it impacting actually closing deals and getting moved into new buildings?
Yeah, I'll just hit on what Michael said and get to your question. The deal flow has been up tremendously. We did, to put it in perspective, we worked on about 85 projects in 2019, and 2020 we did 121. That's proposal responses, and so which is incredible. So it's definitely been up. But to Todd and Michael's point, getting people in town has been difficult. Lots of RFIs coming in, lots of responses, a lot of data flowing back and forth between the organizations, but trying to get somebody on a plane and get here is very difficult. Even last week, I was I was in Mansfield doing a site tour, a virtual site tour in the middle of the cold with a group out of Australia who physically cannot get here. They have to get special permission from the Australian government to get here. And it's just things like that, whether it's a travel restriction for the company that the C-suite can't get on a plane and get here, or whether it's just a national type of issue. There's a lot of that pent up demand and pent up travel that we're looking forward to. In fact, we have a client in town today that we're really excited about. It's our second client of the year, where typically we would have had a dozen clients in by this time, but it is starting to break open a little bit more. So we're excited about, but to Michael's point, there is no lack of interest in the DFW area.
So this is open to anybody who wants to jump on it, but the genesis of that interest. Is it any one thing? Can you point at its logistics, Amazon driven, or it's onshoring driven, or is it a mix of things? Is it corporate tax rates? What are people telling you that the reason is for their interest?
If I can jump in real quick, and I know Guy, you probably want to chime in on this as well. Just from a larger perspective, the industries that we've been seeing for the last 12 months, lots of industrial, obviously, but food projects, lots of food. When COVID hit, everybody's home. They're going to the grocery store, right? Lots of consumer goods, paper products and things you're buying at Home Depot and things like that. You're at home, you're looking at your to-do list. Lots of PPE types of projects. So lots of stuff around that. Those kinds of industries is what we've been seeing, along with some of the other things that we always see with aerospace and aviation and whatnot, some of our core industries.
If I could add to that, it's typically just logistics, basic consumer goods. For example, the City Charter South Wilmer has both Unilever and Procter & Gamble, the two largest distributors of consumer goods in the world. Walmart, Lancaster won't announce it, but I will for them. It looks like they're getting Walmart down there, the big distribution deal. So we're seeing a lot of interest in logistics. And it seems like there's just been some pent up demand. And I'd say the last 6 months, even with COVID, the basic consumer good distribution has really taken off for us.
Yeah, Guy, I definitely want to hear more about your logistics hub. That fascinates me as an out of towner. So I think our out of town listeners or viewers would love to hear that too. But let's get back to demand. I heard the president, was it yesterday or today, came out and said that he's going to focus on PPP and all of this supply chain stuff. Do you see that directly benefiting your areas and the economic development in your regions? Anybody that wants to take that, feel free. But
I hate to monopolize the conversation, but I can certainly chime in on that as well. I think it was a stop laughing, Mike. I think there was a definite gap shown in the supply chain with PPE. I think we all recognize that, right? And so that's why we've seen that influx of companies, whether it's international companies wanting to make a presence here, or those companies that were producing in Asia, bringing that product back here. Might be a higher price point, but being able to secure that supply chain a little bit more. So definitely, I think there's going to be a lot of that, and I'm definitely seeing a lot of it. And Michael and Alex, I'm sure Guy are too, and that manufacturing certainly, but also the manufacturing, like I said, with the food and the consumer goods, a lot of looking at reshoring to shore up that supply chain.
But does the president come out and are they going to put money towards this? What do you, has anybody heard anything about it? Does it actually spur anything, or is he just talking politics?
I think, you know, when it comes to on the federal level and a president stating something like that, I mean, if you see it in this, you know, regime and the last one, the onshoring is something we've been going after for years. We did it, Alex knows this, down in Johnson County and Louis Vuitton. That was part of the effort. Black & Decker up here in Denton County. That's part of the effort as well. So I think you'll see a continued effort in that. Federally, financially, as far as funds going into that, that's always a big question mark, especially with the EDA. We know the programs are put into place. We never know what the funding is going to be. I mean, it could just disappear, or it could double. I mean, we have to sit and wait when it comes to that, but we certainly pay attention to it. But yeah, like politicians do sometimes, they talk about what they're going to do, and then we wait to see if it actually happens.
Amen to that. Alex, you haven't said anything yet. Chime in. What are your thoughts on some of this?
You know, a lot of ours, and Chris touched on it, and Michael and Guy did too. But you know, for us being on the southern, you know, south side of Tarrant County and Johnson County, we're seeing a lot of food, and that's due to the infrastructure that we put in the ground, the investment that we put in the ground in our community. We can handle some big food manufacturers with water and wastewater and things of that nature. So we're seeing a lot of food. We do have a big cold storage that's under construction right now in our business park. And we're seeing food and manufacturing more than anything. The logistics are more going to the north side of Fort Worth, which is good. And I'd love to see more food and more manufacturing in our area on the south side. I know Midlothian's starting to see a lot of action as well with the food and the industrial side of things as they get connected to 67 and 45 down into Houston. So the south side of the Metroplex, and Guy sees it too. I mean, it's starting to really, it's not the forgotten child anymore.
So Alex, just sticking with you, how would you compare activity to the past decade or the past 2 decades? If you had to draw a percentage comparison or give us some numbers.
I mean, for us in our community, it's night and day. I mean, where we didn't have anybody really looking industrial wise, you know, say 20 years ago at Burleson or even Johnson County. Now it's in the conversation when somebody's looking at Fort Worth or this side of the Metroplex. So to be in the conversation is leaps and bounds for our community. We've added, you know, over 1,000 jobs in the last 6 years in our business park. So that's huge for our community and huge for the southern side of the Metroplex on our side.
So what would you say to those folks that are considering your region, or what did you say to lure the 6,000 jobs that came in?
You know, people want an experience just like in the retail market, companies and industrial clients that want to be, it's not just the best place for their plant, it's the best place for their employees. And we win a lot of projects because of our community and how we court these guys. And I know Chris and Michael know how we do it, but it's, you know, we're personable. We have cheap land, infrastructure's in the ground ready to go, and we can get permits through the process in 12 weeks. So, you know, let's rock and roll.
All right. So you touched on something. I kind of want to hear all 4 of you talk about permitting, because we're in a pandemic and nothing happens fast anymore. So you said 12 weeks, and I think everybody else went, oh, I don't know if I can meet that kind of a timeline, but you know, and I don't want to make Alex dominate the conversation, but let's start with Alex. How do you know, is 12 weeks typical? How are you getting done? How's COVID affecting that?
You know, when we have site visits, and Chris knows this, he's been on one of our site visits, you know, we might have 30 people in the room, and even in COVID, we may have 30 people on a call. We put everybody on the same page day one. We do pre-development meetings with the contractors and the team and our team on both sides. And as long as everybody's answering questions, we've streamlined our process for planning and permits to get things done quickly. That way they can start moving dirt and getting on the ground, because We see that as it's an incentive because time is money. So we put our money where our mouth is, and we've done deals from inking a deal to them open their doors in 14 months. So we stand behind that.
And nobody makes money till dirt moves. What about you, Chris?
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, I don't have a building department, because I'm a regional guy, but I'll speak to, removing risk. When you bring a company in, the last thing you want to do is have them walking away with questions. That's the easiest way to get yourself eliminated from a national site search, is them walking away without having questions answered. So to Alex's point, that's exactly what we try to do when we have a company in town. And usually, when I have a company in town, we're taking them to 3 or 4 different communities, looking at sites, whether it's Burleson or Denton or Weatherford or Granbury, and we work with those groups to make sure that everybody's in the room, so that when all questions can be asked, so when the company's walking out the door, they know they've gotten all the answers. And if they don't, they know they've talked to the person who's going to get the answers for them. So it's just critically important to be open, transparent, have those conversations, and help facilitate that conversation through the process. I think sometimes building permits get bogged down because people aren't in the room and they don't understand exactly what the project is. But if you can open that conversation early, and so that person or that department really understands what the mission is here, then it creates a smoother process.
Guy, you want to take that?
Well, that has been an issue for us. What we do is we rotate engineers. Instead of having one city engineer, we assign projects to different engineers so we can have multiple ones going at the same time. Also, we outsource our larger inspections to a company called Bureau Veritas that comes in and does that for us. So we're still small enough that we can kind of give them a hometown feel, but we do have to use consultants. Also, we're fortunate that we have a few really good developers that don't act like this is the first thing they've ever done and need us to walk them through every step of it. We use Duke does a lot down here, Seaford. So we just have a good relationship with them, and we're able to expedite permitting and get it done.
All right, Michael.
Well, I think everybody has a different situation. Chris and I kind of work on a larger scale. So in Denton County, we work with over 40 communities. Every community is in a different situation. Some are small and only have a city secretary or just a city or a mayor kind of running things. Then you have like your Fort Worths, your Dentons, your Friscos, who have changed their model so they can help developers through the process. In saying that, when we do have site visits, that's why you're seeing these companies say, okay, this building is built, this a build to suit, and then this is just raw land that I'm going to have to do everything on and figure everything out. So like Alex mentioned, time is money. They're figuring out, hey, if we're not in this market tomorrow, how much are we losing as far as money, business, et cetera, et cetera. So all of that comes into play. And I think cities more and more, I mean, it's been happening for years. They get it. I think Guy's taking a great perspective, that city is taking a kind of a good perspective on how to do that, hiring different engineers, delegating projects. That's a different way of doing things, and certainly cannot bog your people down. So I think just every city is a little different, but they're understanding more and more this is an issue, and it has to be looked at ASAP. Well,
I trust y'all to stay on top of it. I mean, hopefully we get out of this COVID soon, and this cloud or this umbrella, and that things open up and it's easier to get back to life as normal. So let's turn the conversation just a little bit and talk about, we heard on the first panel about rooftops and people. So a lot of the gentlemen on the first panel are saying a lot of the site selection and building selections being done based on availability of labor. So let's just go reverse order, start with Michael, talk about availability of labor in the markets you're working in, and how much of an issue it is or isn't. And then I tell you, as another thing, as an outsider, I've heard a lot of people tell horror stories about trying to buy any kind of housing in Dallas and the bidding contests that are happening.
Sure. Yeah, and as they mentioned on the first panel about structure, under structural steel, the same thing is going on in the lumber market right now with residential housing. So I don't foresee any changes with that. I think it's just going to continue going up. But labor is the biggest thing a company has to look at. And I say this every day. I feel like we can give them a blank check on incentives. If they don't have anyone to work in their building, it doesn't matter. So they've got to look at that. Number one, they know how many people are moving here. You just look at the incoming people from the East and West Coast, wanting to change their lifestyle or wanting to cut their costs or get out of government that they don't like, a governor or maybe their city's government. So I think that's one of the biggest things we pitch is labor. Chris will echo that. I'm 100% sure. But you have to have people in the door. There's different decision-making factors for every company. And we have to look at those individually because sometimes it's more of an executive decision on the executive team and they have to look at where their families are going to be as well. But workforce is going to be number one. I don't see that changing anytime soon.
I think Guy has a different perspective.
Well, I don't know if I have a different perspective. We're primarily an industrial city. We do warehouse and distribution manufacturing. We are doing a 700 unit residential single family subdivision, but we'll never get enough residents to fill our workforce needs. And so there's no city south of I-20 except for Glen Heights that participates in DART. We've come up with what's called a Transportation Management Authority. We're working with DART, we're working with the RTC. We've got some federal money set up. It's a company out of Terrell called Star Transit Bus Service. And so right now we're offering limited bus service and direct to job, sort of that last mile from DART, to places like FedEx or Unilever or Procter & Gamble that we're working on. And so we are trying to come up with a regional transportation solution for Southern Dallas. I would say our biggest obstacle and the things that we're asked about most is availability of workforce. Now we've got to be careful because we don't want to just bring them fresh bodies so that they don't have to pay them. So we have to work and make sure, there are minimum guidelines related to pay and benefits and things like that. But we are, City of Hutchins, Lancaster, Wilmer, DeSoto, we're spending money and we're applying ourselves towards a regional solution.
I think in Burleson, we've taken a little bit different approach in terms of workforce. We've put in a couple different programs. It's called Burleson Works, where we're partnering with higher education, trade schools, as far as Waco with TSTC, Texas State Technical College, and TCC in Tarrant County, where we are linking our companies and students together and learning those skills and kind of creating our own workforce in and around our area and offering private scholarships to pay for those classes to get them into the workforce. So we've created that program. It's 3 years in the running, and we've awarded almost 30 scholarships right now where those people are now working with the companies. So companies can invest into the program, and we raise private money every year to provide those scholarships as well.
I'll give kudos to Alex and team on that. That workforce program they have is really first class, and kudos to them for really getting ahead of the game and understanding that workforce is an important topic. And I'll echo everybody else's statements. Yeah, workforce is the number one question we get asked. When we get these RFIs in, there's very, very complex spreadsheets that come along with it that our team is filling out on labor sheds and labor rates and availability and education. It's incredible the depth that these site consultants are going into on the labor question. Take Stanley Black & Decker, for instance, that Michael talked about, that manufacturing facility. That started as a 48 state search. They needed one type of employee, and they looked everywhere. They did a national labor study to find that employee, and we had it. And so that's fantastic, that we could secure that. But these consultants, they're looking at labor sheds, they're looking at commuting patterns, or where is the labor? Nobody's coming from California or wherever if they can't get the 500 or 100 people that they need, and we can convince them that they're going to have that. So it is a very important topic, something we deal with every day.
So nobody touched on the bidding war for houses. Am I reading the headlines wrong? Is it really as crazy as it sounds?
No, it's crazy. It's still getting crazier. I don't think builders can't catch up with the need and with inventory. And I think that'll be the story of 2021 too, that they just can't catch up with inventory. I think if you look at every city in and around the Metroplex, the permit numbers within every one of those cities is going to be greater than it was in 2020 and 2019. The trend is going crazy,
Right.
with people moving from out of state here.
Right. You look at, kind of the Fort Worth area, and there, even though there's a tremendous amount of growth up in, mid cities moving, north and northwest into Wise County, tremendous amount of growth going into Parker County and Weatherford, and, the Walsh Ranch being built out. And you'd be surprised how many conversations I'm having with Fortune, 1,000 companies about manufacturing facilities in Parker County, because they see the growth going out that direction. So again, people are keeping tabs on this. They're looking, they're seeing the growth of DFW in general, and then they're looking, where is that growth going? And then usually by the time they get to me or Alex or any of us on the call, they've got a pretty decent idea of where they want to be.
How long does it continue for? Right, Texas seems like it's here for a while. And maybe touch on too the corporations. I've heard, and just reading past the headlines, right? I read the 300 words, not 1,200 words. Some corporate headquarters like, yeah, we're moving to Dallas, but we already have a presence there. We're not bringing very many employees with us. Others are saying we're bringing the whole ship along with us. I shouldn't say ship. That may have a negative connotation. We're bringing the whole team. So what is that mix? And do you see this continuing into 22, 23, 24?
Well, Texas has always been a business-friendly state, right? And I came from Ohio. If you don't know that, I've been in Texas now for a little over 3 years, and so doing the same thing in Ohio, regional economic development in Columbus. And Columbus is a great town, but you look at the Midwest and all the colleagues I had in the Midwest, and they look at Texas and scared to death of it. Because there's just so much opportunity, so much growth, so much diversity, so many people looking at it. I talked to a site consultant when I first started about, why Texas, why here? And the answer was, well, look at DFW, look at the growth. And if the number one question is workforce, you're going to get invited to the dance a lot, just because of that. So, and we get a lot of RFPs that maybe we shouldn't have, just because of the growth and the potential that is here. Now, I know your question was about HQs, but you look at taxes, you look at income, your personal income tax, not having one and coming from a state like California or something like that, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think Todd, just to follow Chris, for each, we got into Brothers project earlier. They brought everything with them. I mean, they hired a lot locally, but they brought the team with them if they wanted to go from Los Angeles. And it was the second oldest company in Los Angeles County. They were not happy about them leaving. And then you have expansion. So the area deal I mentioned from the fall that they're working on, that was an expansion of a regional HQ to the area. So I don't necessarily think that, everyone sends some type of team, as I say, and they're all different sizes to get something going. And then you have, like you said, the CBRE, the Charles Schwab. Charles Schwab was already building here in Westlake in Denton County, already putting a campus of about 2,000 and just expanded that up to 6,000. Now, that looks completely different with COVID, but then, they announced that they were moving their HQ, but they weren't actually moving anyone out of San Francisco. So, yeah, I think every company, even if it's HQ, regional HQ, whatever it may be, looks a little different for everyone.
I think the other feather in our cap too is, and this is a stat that probably everybody in the call knows, when you move a company, wherever you're coming from, it's pretty much industry standard that 10% of your people are coming. Like, you're not going to take everybody with you. In the HQs and the relocations that I've been working on here, about 40% of the folks are coming, 40% or more. I had one company, it was a smaller company, but everyone came. And so people want to come to Texas. And so again, back to that talent conversation, if you have critical people that you need to come, they're coming, and we can certainly create the value proposition for them and their families to be here as well.
What's the story compared to, so if I looked at a company coming out of LA, and I got to assume, and maybe I'm over assuming here, people in California see Texas as a big blob on the map, and they probably don't know the difference between Dallas and Houston or San Antonio, but they know Austin. oh, Austin's pretty cool. I'd like to live there. What is the sales pitch to say Austin's great, but Dallas is fantastic? What are some of the main salient points you can make there? Maybe Alex or Guy chime in.
I'll let God take that one. I'll let him take first crack at it.
Well, where I'm at, we don't compete with Austin a lot. They're sort of in a different segment than what we're in. We compete with San Antonio a lot. Of course, we compete with Alliance. We compete with Oklahoma City. Just the value. We have a metropolitan area now of 8 million people. This is fourth largest metropolitan area in the country. So that's one reason they may choose Dallas over Austin. There's also price, traffic, and environmental issues related to Austin might affect it. But if they're looking for something cool, something high tech, something a little bit chicer than us, they're going to choose Austin. And it's hard to sort of break through and make them think, differently. It's funny how some people make decisions. Sometimes they make against what's best for their company or their better judgment just because they want to, have an Austin address or do something cool.
Got to follow Joe Rogan wherever he goes. I mean,
Right.
Michael, thoughts on, because you kind of look at it from maybe more Michael and Chris, I guess, a little more regional perspective.
Yeah. I think DFW doesn't get enough credit for the tech talent here. Austin's the first city talked about outside of San Francisco, I feel like most of the time. But, we've got 50,000 students in the city of Denton at Texas Women's University in North Texas. And a lot of people don't realize that. And there's a lot of tech talent there. I know when I first came to Denton County and talking with the city of Denton in a meeting, I said, you kind of get that little Austin vibe. There's a lot of music, great food. And they said, no, we don't want to be Austin. We're more beard, less weird. So I said, okay, whatever you want to be. But I think DFW just doesn't get enough credit when it comes to tech talent when you look at that Austin area. But the real estate prices, if you think they're high here, Austin's, blowing us out of the water. So I think the costs down there are getting pretty high to where we're going to get more of a look from those companies that wanted to look at Austin, but maybe think, hey, maybe the workforce can't afford the housing down here. Let's look at DFW as well.
Yeah, I can make the cost case all day long. There's 4 times the tech talent here than there is in Austin. The cost is higher. The roads are higher. The DFW airport versus the Austin airport. Everything's there. Everything is there for it. But to Guy's point, sometimes you just want to be there, and you can't compete against that. There's specific reasons why a company wants to move. I worked on a project. This is off topic, but I worked on a project in Ohio. There was a food processing project, a guy who was in New Jersey and would look to move his company to Columbus. And when I sat down with him and said, why are you considering this? He said, my wife's mother lives in Columbus and she wants to be closer to her mom. And so I'm moving the company. I'm like, well, that's one reason, to pick up and, spend $3 million to move a company. But it's, sometimes it's just, that's what it is. They get it in their brain, like that's where we need to be. And so that's where they are.
But the main reason, Chris, and this is why I would love to move down there, but I'm a couple of years out. But if I look at Dallas, I'm from the Midwest like you, and I get a 10%, maybe 15% reduction in housing costs, or I get a much bigger house for the same dollar, and I got no state income tax. If all of these pressures push the housing prices up and the taxes go up, if this continues, how long does this continue? And are you worried about that price thing? Because I think a lot of people are priced out of Austin right now, right? So does it happen to Dallas? Is it a long ways out? What are y'all's thoughts?
I don't think we're going to see another. I don't think we'll see another like housing bubble burst like we did before. I don't know in terms of how long does it last? How long does this trend last? I think, you may get 10 different opinions from 10 different economists of how long that lasts. But, I think there will be an adjustment at some point. I just don't see it being as bad as the housing, bubble burst as it was back in the day at all. I think the lumber cost that Michael talked about is going to put a strain on the housing market at some point because the prices just continue to climb there. And it goes back into the workforce pool too. Is a lot of these companies in manufacturing or logistics or whatever they are, those wages are not going to be allow them to move into a single family home. And I think there's another reason why you're seeing a lot of multifamily projects in DFW. You're looking at, there's a lot of different rental communities that are starting to, different products that we're starting to see in terms of its patio homes that you're seeing, you know, homes almost like the Sears and Roebuck day of being able to order a house and you're putting 1,300 square foot home on the ground, but they're more dense in how they look in a subdivision. You're seeing home builders get more creative of how many dwelling units they can put on an acre to make it more affordable for those, you know, $15 to $20 an hour, you know, budgets, you know, single family.
Tell them to keep their tiny homes in Austin though, right?
You know, it's coming to a town near you. I can tell you that much right now. The smaller homes are coming. That's for sure. We're starting to see it. Just developers poking around, asking about ordinances and zoning and things of that nature, because the developers are having to get more creative for home dwellings.
Have you all looked at changing your setbacks? So I'm, you know, like, hey, developer probably wants 5-foot setbacks, right?
Well, I mean, Chris touched on Walsh Ranch. You know, you're starting to see 40-foot lots. I think you're starting to see developers ask for 35-foot lots. They're looking for how can they make them work in terms of getting more homes on the ground to make it more affordable for people that are in the market, because not everybody can, you know, just case in point in Burleson, you know, if you go 15 years back, our average home value was say 150,000 or 130,000. Well, this last year it's 307, you know, in Burleson. So that's average new home value. So, you know, that's happening in every community across the state.
We'll have to do a housing event and get to the bottom of that, but that definitely is going to constrain, I think, some of the industrial growth. Hey, well, I want to change directions, go a different way. Guy and I talked about, and I wrote it down, and it's a town called Plaquemine, I believe, if I'm saying it correctly, Louisiana, that may have a big impact on their particular market and transportation and logistics in Dallas.
Well, there's just a lot of misunderstandings. So let me visit about that a little bit. So we have, similar to BNSF in North Fort Worth, we have Union Pacific down here. And because of environmental problems at the Port of Long Beach, the Port of LA, and the West Coast ports, they found that the quickest way to bring freight inland is to create inland ports, to take the container ships, take the freight off the container ship, put it directly on the rail, bring it inland where it can go through customs and homeland security. We can't take Dallas to the coast, but we can bring the ocean to Dallas. And it's like having oceanfront property in southern Dallas. It actually acts like a port. And with the reconfiguration of the Panama Canal, there's now a new class of ship called a Panamax. It's the largest container ship that can go through the Panama Canal. It's being used a lot now. But there are no East Coast ports or Gulf ports that can handle this ship without billions of dollars of retrofitting. But there is one natural deep water port called Plaquemine. It's near New Orleans. And they've been allowed by the federal government to greatly expand the volume of containers that they can process each year. And in order to get that freight away from their port quickly, it's going to reroute a lot of transportation. They've signed exclusive deals with 6 inland ports, the Dallas Intermodal Terminal being one of them. They're still working it out with Union Pacific, but there'll be us, there'll be St. Louis, I think Minneapolis, a few others, where they'll have a more direct connect. And so what it's going to do is going to greatly increase the amount of volume, and it's going to change up the product mix that goes into the Dallas County Inland Port. It's not going to change South Dallas. It's not going to ruin South Dallas. It's just a way that they're expanding the mission of the Dallas County Inland Port and making it more sustainable and more viable. And you'll probably be hearing a lot about it over the next few months. I'm not the expert on it. Dallas County's been working really closely, but it is something that's going to likely happen, and it's going to increase the amount of volume coming into southern Dallas.
I just got corrected in the chat room. Plaquemine.
Plaquemine, yeah.
Okay.
It's an Acadian word. I had to look it up. It means persimmon tree.
It's I did look it up too. It's not a big metropolitan area. It'll be great to see that growth and see the change that comes about. That'll be fun. Any of the rest of you seen any changes in transportation and logistics, uptick, increase? What's the effect of Amazon in your particular market and the movement of goods? I know, Alex, you said you're manufacturing, but Chris, you probably are seeing some changes moving around.
Well, no, Michael, do you want to start off with it? I mean, I guess I could. I mean, Amazon, all that stuff is up there with the Amazon Air.
Yeah, Hillwood, Perot Junior's group, of course, started Alliance Airport 30 years ago. They have taken an initiative to start a mobility innovation zone, so what they call the MIZ. We actually had probably a few weeks ago a demo of a drone the size of a car, essentially, moving packages to residential neighborhoods, residential developments. So they understand the change of transportation is coming. They have a huge initiative on automated transportation with 18-wheelers. They're trying to create something with BNSF Intermodal and the airport to basically where if you have a warehouse in between those, you don't even have to have a person in one of your trucks. So that you can move that container from the BNSF Intermodal to your facility without ever getting on a public road and taking that safety issue out of the equation. And the 18-wheelers, I know some people know this, but they're already testing those on our roads with automated systems. So it's been happening for years. Talking with the Hillwood guys, they're already doing basically unmanned, unpiloted aircraft in China. We have not done that here yet. And I said, where are we looking at with that? But it's just not, it's not as predictable, and they don't want to put human lives on the line, essentially. But they've been doing that for a year in China. So I think that's a great effort, and Chris may have a little bit of more insight into that, but Hillwood's taken a huge step in the right direction in looking at all efforts from every type of transportation of moving consumer goods.
Right. Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, this driverless technology, the tandem trucking and things like that, it's been happening. You just don't recognize it's happening. And that is going to continue to shift the way goods are moved around, not only here locally from intermodal to warehouse, but nationally, and so it'll be interesting to see what comes. I mean, there's huge movements in this in the transportation, circles, talking about this, but it's going to continue to change without a doubt. The other thing I'll hit on, from an air transportation, I mentioned, Amazon Air, we worked with them. They put their first ground up facility there on the Alliance Airport 2 years ago. And so they're bringing in 16 planes a night or something like that. And so that's going to continue to increase. There's no doubt in my mind that there's going to be continued cargo, coming into the Alliance Airport, and BNSF is continuing to expand their presence there. So yeah, we're center part of the country, and we're right in the middle, and we've got 30, 35, we've got 20. It makes sense. And so we're always going to have a strength in the movement of goods. We just got to use technology to make it more efficient.
When you're young and you take those personality tests that tell you what career field you want to go into, I don't think any of us, maybe I'm dating myself because it was a long time ago, would have said transportation is a tech industry. And all of a sudden, like you said, Chris, it's been happening.
Everybody's a technology company now. When
Absolutely.
I was in Ohio, Nationwide declared themselves Nationwide Insurance. They were no longer an insurance company. They were a technology company. So, yeah. But I will tell you, I did take that test when I was in middle school, and it told me I should be a park ranger. So
I can so see that too.
That sounds like a very rewarding career. I want to go out in the woods and ignore people several times a day. All right, let's just kind of keep things moving. I got to look at my notes here, make sure we get everything that we talked about. So I know there are developers on this event today, and I know there are brokers that are site selectors. We talked about the issue with rooftops and bodies, heartbeats, and people getting to work. How in the heck do you find land, and where is it? And do your communities have land that's zoned or could be zoned industrial? Because you look at Texas on a map, there's an awful lot of land, but I keep hearing there's no land when it comes to development.
Well, maybe I can start and then you guys can talk about from more local level. I mean, so I'm seeing, from economic development from a company perspective, people are looking out. I mentioned Decatur and Weatherford, Parker County, Granbury. So there are certainly companies that are interested in being that far out. I mean, you say it's far out, but Weatherford, you can get to downtown Fort Worth in 25 minutes. So it just seems that far out. So a lot of companies are going out, that direction, looking that direction for their growth, to capture that workforce that's in those areas. But then I think it was Alan who said it before, that internal, growth in repurposing land, that's something to look at as well. And we're doing that. We're looking at, what are those areas and pockets of Fort Worth that, might be desirable for redevelopment. You look at Butler Place, which is a 40-acre, piece of property just east of downtown, which was low-income housing. That's all been assembled and they're ready to go to RFP with, to see what that might look like. It's right next to the STEM school. Maybe it's a research and development area or something like that. So yeah, I think you got to look external, but you also got to look at internal, because again, going back to that workforce conversation, that's where the workforce is. That's where the mass transit is. So if you can find those areas that have been underutilized and repurpose them, then you certainly need to look at that.
But that's expensive, right? I mean, you're buying something that's existing that may not be optimally used, but it's not cheap. How do you finance something like that? Is there?
Well, that's where public-private partnerships come in. There's a lot of tools out there to do that. It's just a matter of what's the win-win for the private sector versus the community in which to do that. Is that the right area? Is that where they want to put their dollars? It's all prioritization with communities.
What about the rest of you? Land availability?
Well, I'm on a pretty clear path to build out Hutchins. So we only have maybe 6 industrial sites left, and 4 of them are kind of spoken for. So I'm pretty close. The city to my south, Wilmer, probably has, maybe 15, 20,000 acres that could be developed at some point. Lancaster has a lot around the airport where the Walmart's coming. So I think Southeast Dallas will continue to grow while I'm achieving industrial build out. We're more in a growth management phase in that we've got to deliver sewer and water and roadways to the projects that we have. And I do have to say that RTC and Michael Morris, Dallas County Commissioner Price, and Congresswoman Johnson have been terrific. We've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on roadways down here. We do have sewer problems. We're trying to reconcile that, but we certainly couldn't have done it without those partners. And but we're able to demonstrate that we have projects. We have industrial projects that if they can deliver sewer, if they can help us deliver roadways and sewer and water, we can deliver projects. And so I think you'll continue to see a commitment from RTC and from Dallas County to grow Southeast Dallas.
And to follow up on Guy's point, there's plenty of dirt out there. It's just a matter of, do you have the roadways and the infrastructure on it? I think, you have to be a little proactive to look at those spots and start investing now to get that land activated. If you look at Johnson County, for us, we made the investment years ago and it's paid off in the last, 6 to 8 years with industrial projects. But now you start to look a little bit further south to us and you keep going further south. I mean, it's all about infrastructure of having that water and sewer and roadways. The land's there. It's just how our community is going to activate it.
Yeah, and Todd, like Alex mentioned, you've got to play the long game with infrastructure. If the infrastructure is not there, you're not in the conversation anyway. One thing Denton County did years before I even came on board, in the downturn, 2008, 2009, is they went out and borrowed money because they could do it cheap and it paid off for them. And they put that into partnerships with TxDOT, partnerships with cities and streets and infrastructure. And that's one of the reasons we're in the conversation now when it comes to the growth coming north of Alliance, north of Fort Worth, all the way up to Denton, and then across 121, Louisville, Flower Mound, all the way over to the Colony and Frisco. Cities have to look at that long-term effort of putting funds into infrastructure. I think it's a really tough decision because I think a lot of these communities, their councils, they don't want to take on debt. They don't want their name tied to that. But I think as a legacy project, I think it's very important that that's what it takes to make those projects happen.
Well, we're down to 10 minutes for this panel. This has been very informational. I know I missed a lot of stuff, so I'm going to give you all a chance to sort of back clean up and make sure we hit the right things. But here's the lens I want to do this through. And a little history about RE Journals. We've been doing events for 20 years. And one of our best missions is to, I don't think developers and brokers, I know they consider the city, the municipality, the county, and all those people valuable partners, but sometimes they bring it in just a little too late, and maybe you all have the information that they all need, and that's bringing two of our audiences together. So I normally wouldn't say make a sales pitch on an event, but I would love to give you the chance. You got maybe 2.5 minutes each to sort of make the pitch to the brokers, to the site selectors, to the developers that are online right now and that can rewatch this. Maybe I saw Alex shift in his seat, so you made yourself number one.
Hey, that's fine. That's the number we like being. So, and Michael and Chris, I've done a lot of work with those guys and know these guys real well, and getting to know Guy a little bit here just on this discussion. I need to reach out to him and meet him a little bit more. But, guys, when you talk about Burleson, I tell brokers and site selectors all the time, we're no BS. We'll put our best foot forward in the negotiation table, first offer out. We don't want to waste anybody's time. You either want to be here or you don't. We have sites, we have infrastructure ready to go, and we have the community to support them. We tell people all the time, we love courting companies and landing them here. Everybody loves the press release and everything like that, but we take more care in caring for the companies after they're here than we do before they're here. So, they can talk to any business, any small business in town, because those guys are our storytellers. Those are the guys that are going to take care of the company's employees with their needs. So we want them to reach out to those small businesses and see what type of community we are. We're going to be biased and tell it's the best thing in the world, but we want them to get involved in the community and be a part of it. So if the company is looking for a community that they want to dive in and be a part of a community, then come to Burleson.
I love that message. Let's go to the 10,000 foot view though from Chris, and then we'll bounce around.
Yeah, so I won't give a pitch for the Fort Worth region, because I think everybody knows what the Fort Worth area is, but I'll go more for just the communication aspect of it. There is no bad conversation. Reach out to us. Too many times do I get a call and get engaged in a conversation where the ship has already sailed. And if I would have had that conversation, been engaged in that conversation, 3 months previous, it could have looked completely different. Leverage our resources, leverage our relationships with communities, with elected officials, with, different city departments or whatever that might be, counties. Like Alex said, I work, closely with Michael and Alex and the rest of the regional partners on this stuff. And so we want to make sure that we want the company to be successful. We want you to be successful. And so we want to, leverage all the resources we have in which to do that. This example with this, company today, we got pulled in, a little bit later than we needed to, but I'm glad I did, because we were able to facilitate a lot of infrastructure conversations that weren't happening that probably would have led to the death of the deal. And so don't hesitate to reach out to me. Any conversation is a great conversation. Within 5 minutes, I know pretty much how we can help you out. So you have my contact information. Please feel free to ping me, call me anytime, and be more than happy to talk to you.
I love that message. Guy, let's go to you, and then we'll make Michael back clean up for the Rangers.
Maybe I can just talk a little bit about, I think, an opportunity that we have. So we process about 1,000 shipping containers a day through the intermodal. 70 to 80%, 700 to 800 of those go back to China empty, because we run a trade deficit with China. We do have one company called KTN that manufactures little plastic pellets. It's the DNA of everything that's plastic. It's manufactured here in Texas. It's repackaged in Hutchins, and then it's shipped to China. But we need to come up with a way to fill those containers. There's just a lot of pent up space there that I think that we could work on to put something in those containers and export Texas products. We are really interested in fulfillment, and we are really interested in retail, because we feel like we're underserved related to that. we would incentivize it heavily. So I'm leading with that. Just letting you know, we would incentivize retail if you brought it here. And then with the fulfillment, I think there are going to be some changes in the way that sales tax is cited. I know that they're working on that, but you know, we want to work with fulfillment folks to achieve a project here. That's all I have.
Okay, I know this is an industrial event, but this is the first time in 12 months I've heard anyone say retail in a positive sentence, and we need more of it. What type of retail? And I'm glad to help you get that word out.
Oh gosh, just general retail to service of the 30,000 employees we have every day. They drive to Lancaster and DeSoto and other places just to have lunch.
Okay.
And we've just don't have it here. We are working on a shopping center. We've got 3 hotels going, but you know, just some sit down restaurants in general retail. I hate to put my cards on the table. We would incentivize it heavily.
Well, I'm training my oldest son into learning real estate and the value of information, and that's very valuable information. So I greatly appreciate you sharing that. That's nice. Well, Michael, let's go to you. You're going to have to wrap it up for us, and maybe touch on, did we miss anything that's super important that you wanted to get out?
Well, like Guy said, and like Chris said, reach out to your economic development partners. If you want to be in a community, reach out to us, and we can help you in figuring out what's the best direction to go. We don't want you to waste your time. We know time is money. Like Chris mentioned, sometimes businesses, they put us in a different area of the order of where they prioritize things. But yeah, reach out to Alex, Chris, Guy, and myself. If you want to be in a community, if you want an introduction to another community, we'll do that too. We look at this from a regional effort. From Denton County perspective, we think there's opportunity from everything from industrial at Alliance to where if you want a horse ranch up in Pilot Point, we really have everything to offer. But if you don't land here, we don't want your second option to be out of state. We'd rather you go to Burleson or Fort Worth or Collin County or Dallas County. We want you to stay local. So I think that from the regional effort, you know, a lot of the times when we work projects, especially at Alliance Airport, we sit with Chris and we sit across the table from Tarrant County, and we realize we're on the same team. We're all competitive. We're competitive when we're going after projects, but there's no shortage right now as far as industrial and competition. We think that's good. Hillwood used to be the only game in town. A lot of people are realizing they need to be here too. Not only the businesses, but the developers putting spec on the ground. So if you want an introduction to a community in the area, we can certainly do that. But we think DFW has a lot to offer, even over Austin. Like Chris mentioned, we just don't get a lot of credit when it comes to certain industries and workforce. So we appreciate, Todd, you putting this together, and appreciate the invite to do this.
We are doing an event on Rio Grande Valley. And I know you say, well, look, we're all in Dallas and Dallas is important, but we're going to try to focus heavily on this onshoring and nearshoring. And I'm looking forward to helping that grow in Texas. I do have a funny story to tell. You can react or don't react if you want, but a person I know started working down in the Dallas and Houston market from the Midwest, and commented about halfway through their first trip, where are all the people with guns? So I think that it's really interesting to see the world sit up, or I should say the United States sit up and take notice of Texas and want to be there, and get rid of some of those misconceptions that, you know, things are different in Texas, because there's wonderful people. Y'all are great. I think there's a ton of opportunities. Thank you very much for sharing all this information. I look forward to seeing you all at an event soon, live in person. Let's do that, and we'll be back at you. So thanks everybody that was just on that panel. If you're on the next panel, now is your chance to activate your camera. I see a couple people did. Bill and Bob are here. Activate your microphone. We'll get the next panel going. But folks that were just finishing up, then now's your chance to say goodbye. I'm going to screen share for a second.
Thank you. And I'll let you know, you're going to hear some good things from another Ohio guy, Bill, right there. Him and I, we used to work together up in Ohio.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Bill.
Good seeing you, Chris.
Okay, just a quick reminder here. Let's make sure I find the right screen share, because last time I shared my Ameritrade account, that was sort of embarrassing. Here we go. So this is the next panel coming up. You should be seeing it on my screen. Again, don't forget about these LinkedIn buttons where you can, say, hey, Bill, Bob, Charles, I want to network with you. Or I have another question for you. LinkedIn's a great place to do that kind of stuff. Here's what we're going to talk about here. I'll kind of try to get through this agenda. And again, a reminder that we have sponsors and they're wonderful. We couldn't do this without them. So I've got my whole panel here, and you all didn't know when you signed up this morning you were going to hear my voice for 3 hours today. So I apologize for that. I'll do the best I can to be entertaining and smile a lot. We'll go from there, but let's do intros. Bill, you want to go first since you already started talking? Tell us who you are, what you're doing, and most importantly, give us like a 30-second, a minute. What's the most important thing in your world right now?
So Van Trust is a full service real estate company with 5 offices across the United States, and you know, Dallas is one of them. And we've become very active, or trying to become very active in the marketplace over the last couple of years. And I think, you know, the most important stuff now is really building the relationships within DFW to get our name out there, and you know, just understanding and put out high quality projects. It's a great market to be in, and there's a lot of great developers here, and it's just fun to be in such a dynamically growing market with great competition. Todd, you muted.
I'm usually the one that says that. Y'all stole my thunder. Well, Bob, let's go to you. Quick intro.
Bob Rice, Ironwood Realty Partners. I started my firm in January of 2015. Prior to that, I was with some of the larger real estate development companies, Duke Realty and Seafried Properties. And so I've been an industrial guy since the mid 90s. And so really just trying to cut as much hay while the sun's shining right now, and it's shining right now here in Dallas, Fort Worth, and especially for industrial. So I developed with a variety of partners, institutional and private individuals. And we've got developments in DFW and down in North Austin right now. So that's all we do. And actually I've got a project that we're going to be starting with Charles Raymond down here in Pflugerville here shortly. So that's my quick intro here.
Well, Charles, that's a perfect transition for you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Bob. We're in Dallas, Texas. We've been in business for about 65 years, focused on industrial. We have an office in Dallas and Austin. And I think that there's a lot of activity in budgeting, and the big challenge right now is the fast inflation in steel. It's probably messing up some projects or having to at least recalculate them.
Well, that gives us plenty to talk about and try to problem solve. Maybe we can solve the world's problems right here today. We'll give it a shot. Let's just start with, if you wouldn't mind, let's go to Bill. And we already talked about, so Charles brought it up, and the I word, inflation. The stock market seems to not care about it today. I don't really understand. Mm-hmm. But how is it affecting development, and what are the impacts?
So, the steel pricing is just really kind of out of control right now. So I'll give you, a real live situation is we're building a 600,000 square foot building out in Forney. All right, so we priced it in December, and our steel package was around $630 a foot on it. We had to do some work on as far as the ground goes and that kind of stuff. So we stepped back. We repriced it in January, and steel had gone up to over $8. And then come February 1st, it's about $850. And then when we were ready to lock in with our contractor, it went up to about $960 a foot. So we saw a 50% jump in steel in that period of time. When you're talking with the contractors today, they'll give you, sometimes they'll give you a week to make your decision, or sometimes they'll give you up to 30 days to make your decision. But we're all subject to it, and it is going to have an effect. It's going to have an effect on rents. It's going to have an effect on prices. And, and we can thank a lot of factors in there, but with the amount of building that Amazon is demanding right now, that they're just pushing the lack of supply. pushing up the prices, and I'm not sure, I don't have the crystal ball to tell you when that's gonna maturate out and level out and come back down. But it's certainly the biggest driving factor in our decisions right now.
Charles, I see you're nodding.
Well, and the other, yeah, and that Bill had it right on the money, and also that affects your steel, your fire sprinkler piping is probably had just about the same effect. Anything that has steel in it, I was shocked buying some dock equipment, how much it had gone up in a little bit longer period of time, but anything that's got steel in it's had a hard increase. And additionally, in your utilities and your plumbing, the PVC pipe is not had as dramatic of increase, but it's also gone up at a pretty steep pace. So it's hard. It's hard to lock it in for more than a very short period of time.
You talk about locking it in, and I'm not a development guy in Texas, but do you is it at the point now where you need to start hedging and buying futures on steel and things like that, just to get your development costs under control?
I'll leave that to somebody else to speculate. I don't think so.
I think that's hard. It's hard to do because your steel package is really, kind of customized to whatever you're going to be building on it. So it's tough to say, okay, I'm going to set this amount of steel aside because, it varies from building to building.
Nice. Well, so then you brought up the rent thing. That complicates things even more, right? Because tenants, you might agree to a tenant. And just maybe we do a full historical look back here. When I grew up in this industry, even the people senior to me were like, hey, Todd, it's $8 and $4 always has been, always will be. Those days appear to be long gone. But how fast are they moving up? And are you having to redo discussions because of rising construction costs?
So far, yeah, take it, Bob.
I mean, it's just juggling and balancing everything. I think it depends if you're doing the spec, and you've got a building or your pricing's locked in. If you're chasing a build to suit, you've got to just manage that about when are they making a decision and when can you lock in on the pricing. The other challenge besides the price is the delivery of the steel. I mean, now that's pushed out to 16 to 20 weeks. So, if you're under development or committing to a time frame of when you're going to get a tenant in, that plays a big part into when you can get the steel delivered. And so it's juggling a lot of the variables here, and each deal is different, depends where you are in the transaction. And at the end of the day, we got to, fortunately, the rents continue to rise and demand stays strong. And I mean, the costs are what they are. And I think the other thing, and Bill probably thinks about this too, is the other thing that you look at is, all right, you want to roll the dice, will steel prices settle down here in the next couple of months? If they do, maybe the price pulls back, maybe it doesn't. Maybe they continue to get more expensive, but I think some people look at, all right, maybe we need to table our project right now, and let's see what shakes out over the next couple of months. The trade-off is you're missing a very good market right now. So you want to, run the risk that you wait 3 months and you get a better price. You may or may not. So it's managing all the external factors that we can't control, and and basically our boxes are concrete and steel. So concrete goes up and steel goes up. Either our rents go up or our yield goes down. Right, Bill?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Nobody wants to see yield go down.
No.
Anybody else, other thoughts on rents and the cost or the rising price?
Well, I'll say this: the steel prices. This is a relatively new phenomenon, and so we're being impacted today. And so, if you look at it going downstream and talking with our brokers, I mean, they are shocked as anybody as far as where the pricing is going. but their point is we're all facing it. And so we will see on the downstream rents rise because costs has risen. I mean, buildings are more expensive, and that'll be reflected in the rents, and the tenants are hearing it. I mean, it's a national topic, and anybody who's leasing, any sophisticated company that's leasing industrial real estate today sees it here and sees it everywhere else across the United States. So they understand it is going to have an impact on their rents.
I think the other thing we're seeing is even increase in fuel prices. You know, you talk to the dirt contractors, that those guys blow through a couple million gallons a month. Well, you get a 5 cents or 10 cent increase in their fuel price. That gets passed along to the project too. So, you know, it's not just steel. I mean, there's a lot of other things that are being impacted. And even I think concrete's probably creeping up a little bit, Charles, from what I hear.
Yeah.
So,
I think the big challenge is from talking to the architects, there's a tremendous pipeline of projects being designed right now. So do you gamble and wait 6 months and steel comes down? Because I think by then the concrete subs and some of these other subcontractors, their backlog is going to be up a lot. And what you might save in steel, there's a good chance you're going to lose it in the margins the other subs are going after, because they're going to be busier than they are at the moment. That's the kind of the cards we're playing right now.
So what's the tenant reaction to all of this? Because from what I understand, there's an awful lot of demand from tenants, even though these site selectors are saying it's challenging because of COVID to get in and get deals done, but there's a lot of pent up from that and other demand. Are they pushing y'all to get things moving?
Well, I think everything that we do right now on the industrial side, it's speed to market because there is demand there. And the companies that are, chewing up the space, they have to have it. And you have to realize in the big scheme of things, our rent number is a small portion of their total equation. They need to have their speed to market to get their products out to compete just as much as we want to get our buildings up. So even though we are rising, all the costs are rising, we're still a small cost of their total picture of what they're delivering.
Well, let's shift a little bit and talk about, and every panel's brought this up and every panel's going to bring it up. And that's the thing when you have 4 different panels, but availability of land and what are you doing to kind of conquer the land game in order to make sure you're winning the development game? Yeah, nobody wants to take that one.
Sure. Go ahead, Bob.
I mean, that's our challenge. That's on the development side, that's our raw material. And I think there was I've been doing this a long time. So, there's a couple, I enjoy the up markets and the strong markets much more than I do the down markets. But in this latest wave, prior to that, the thought outside of Texas was there's plenty of land and the availability is endless. And that's why we didn't see that much rent growth. Well, we've really gotten to the point where it's very difficult to find sites. If there's a site available, it's because there's a lot of issues. And that probably, in my opinion, is what is somewhat the governor on the development in DFW, is just, it takes longer to get land entitled. If you have floodplain issues or you're dealing with Corps of Engineers, I mean, you can be a year or longer to get your entitlement and be able to start developing. And so, in prior markets, you might be able to get your entitlement and building permit in a couple of months, 2-3 months, which was always beneficial to us. But the downside was so could all your competitors. Well, now it takes so much longer to get the land entitled, and just finding a good piece of land. And then the cost of that land, that goes up and it plays into the same equation like the steel. Fortunately, rents have been rising, then that helps us absorb that. And the other, so you're either paying out the nose prices that you never thought you would pay, that only unless you were insane, you'd pay. We're paying those now. Or you start pioneering and start going to outlying areas. We took down some land in Denton, Texas. Probably went under contract almost 3 years ago. And I mean, it was pioneering. There wasn't a lot of, a lot of Class A type tilt wall buildings out there. We went out there and we've got 2 buildings that are completed. We finished a 400,000 foot and a 125, and we've leased a 400. Well, now I've got 4 competitors up there. And so, as they say, when you're pioneering, the pioneers take the arrows. So you hope that you're not jumping out too far. And if the market stays strong, the demand, I mean, we've got good activity out there, but still you don't know how deep that market's going to be. And if things slow down, your outlying areas are typically the first to get hurt. So, I mean, it's the same challenge with everybody or you start looking at redevelopment, tearing down some old buildings. And I did one in Great Southwest in Grand Prairie, where we took down an old office building. And this is probably 3.5 years ago. And we were still able to make the numbers work. But that's the other thing that we start looking at is redevelopment opportunities, which has typically not been what was a typical Dallas type deal. It was always going to the vacant land.
Yeah, I heard somebody say once, if your dog ran away, you could still see him 3 days later. That's plenty of land, but it's got to be right, like you said, entitled and all that. I tried to push a government panel earlier to talk about their speed to permit, and I think they're aware of it as you are, but a challenging issue. Can we talk about redevelopment just a little bit more, Bob? And then I want to get back to get land opinions from Bill and Charles. Sure. But can you share what you ended up with for basis for that land? It sounds extraordinarily expensive. And how did you make a deal like that work?
Well, I was pretty dang nervous when I went under contract. It was a 45,000 foot kind of single story office building and then some maintenance space. It was an old Baker Hughes facility. And it's kind of in South Grant, GSW in Grand Prairie. And at the time, so we probably went under contract in 2017. And for what we bought the building, and after demo, I was in the cost in the dirt at, I think, about $5.30 a foot. And I was nervous as can be at that time. Well, by the time we got it built and brought it and delivered to market, rents had gone up. And I mean, today, to have my dirt basis be $5.30, I'd be doing backflips. So it's the challenge is if you have a property and the building on it, even if it's worth $15 a foot, that probably still prices it, which somebody would love to own a building at $15 a foot, even an obsolete building. Well, if you pay that, your basis is way out of whack and it's hard to make your numbers work. So that is the big challenge there.
Well, and I'm not certain that in this country there's anything that's obsolete anymore. The pot growers find a use for it, or people find some kind of creative thing where all of a sudden 12-foot clear is in vogue again. So it'll be interesting to see. Well, Bill and Charles, what are you doing for land, and are you looking at infill?
Sure. We deal with a fair amount of users in the infill market, and it's interesting. I see the same pieces of land that I saw 7 years ago that there was so much hair on them at that time that people passed by, and now you figure out how to take the hair off of it. So, but all the infill sites, you just automatically assume there's some issue with the land. That I think Bob and Bill would say the same thing. Right.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. I think, just the competition for land is phenomenal. If a piece comes to market and you don't find it before it does, you're going to be competing with 15, 20 other people that are looking at that piece of ground. And at some point in time, somebody just says, I'm going to pay whatever I have to pay because I got to get some development going. And so it's really very, very competitive on all pieces of ground. The sellers today, they have their choice, and they'll pick the horse that they think that can close on it. You certainly, you're paying retail prices on land and not wholesale prices. And so that just means that you have to be prepared when you are in the land buying mode. You got to be prepared to move quickly and pay the price. So that's just the game it is today in DFW.
So are you looking all over? Do you have specific areas you're looking at to favor over others?
So you're trying to chase sometimes you're trying to chase labor, but you're also chasing where the land is. So we have a project out in Forney, which used to be somewhat pioneering, but then you had Amazon do 2 facilities, you had Goodyear do a facility, you have 2 other BTSs going on out there. So Forney went from being pioneering to a mature market in a matter of 3 years. And so that makes it a little different. We're in South Fort Worth. We really like it because the labor story and the access to 35. That's a great market to be in. And then we have a 1 million square footer going up down in South Dallas, and that market took its hits a couple of years ago for the vacancy. But if you watch the trend on the vacancy, and the brokers have finally said it's an okay market too, the trends on the vacancies there have dropped back in line with the marketplace, and your end users, your people, leasing and building down there, it's Fortune 100 companies everywhere around. So it's re-solidified what that market is. So we're looking for ground there. The other area that we think is that we're having, we think there's opportunities, and this goes back to what you talk about as far as your redevelopment goes, is communities' attitudes toward industrial, and what I'll say is more like shallow bay industrial. I don't get it. It's very difficult for me. When I think of shallow bay industrial, I think that's, today's or tomorrow's retail spaces. And so when we're operating up in Frisco, McKinney, Melissa, Anna, Allen in there, to try to find a piece of ground where you can do some shallow bay industrial, which provides all the services those communities don't realize that they need because of the residential growth up there. That's what I think they need to change their thinking on. And the redevelopment opportunities is in the retail space. The amount of, you drive through some of these centers now and you see the amount of retail space that's vacant, and it's not coming back. And if they think they're going to redeploy that in some fashion, some way, from a retail standpoint, they're wrong. I mean, you got to find space for your contractors, your tile guys, your painters, everything that's driving that residential growth. Those folks need a place to be closer to where all the homes are being built, and that's all around Dallas. I mean, it's not just North Dallas; it's Fort Worth and everywhere else that's going on. And so, if you were able to get, we had a Walmart shopping center developer approach us. He had a big center being built up in Anna. Actually, sorry, it was Melissa. And he had the back end space, the back end land that he knew he was never going to get the retailers that he thought, the movie theater, the Steinmarts and all the people who've gone out to take that space because they're not there anymore. So he tried to get the city to allow us to do some shallow bay industrial there. And the city just said, absolutely not. And I look at it and I look at the product that we're going to put up. It's very retail looking, and it has the service oriented businesses. So I think that's a big challenge on your redevelopment too, is finding communities that are willing to say, okay, we do need a little bit of this product in there. Jerry Jones's Blue Star has a project, up the tollway right at 380, and it's killing it. I mean, he can't build it fast enough right now. So there's opportunities in that area, and I think part of it is finding retail ground that's never going to be developed, and convincing the community that it is a good use of their ground.
That's an interesting point you bring up. In November, early December, I did an event, a national event with some of the top retail brokerage houses in the nation. And I'm going to hack this up, but I think it's CBRE, JLL, Colliers that have merged their at the national level, their retail people with their industrial people because they see that trend. But it's interesting to hear you talk about the challenges of the city that they're not seeing. Are any of the other of you looking at redevelopment in like retail, big box places that, you know, pad sites that didn't get built out? Is there industrial opportunity in some of those locations too?
I think there is when you look at it from the city standpoint, a lot of them, I mean, they're chasing sales tax revenue. And so you saw some cities that maybe felt they had enough industrial previously. And so they were really pushing retail and the sales tax associated with that, which is good. But I mean, you look at how all those retailers took a huge hit last year when the pandemic started. And so all these cities obviously saw a lot of sales tax revenue drop. And so it'll be interesting to see kind of how things bounce back. But I think that's what has driven a lot of the cities. They'd rather have the retail from the sales tax generation standpoint. So that's you're fighting that a little bit. And it's, industrial is not the sexiest commodity. I mean, we're pretty darn sexy right now as far as product types. It's taken us 30 years to become sexy. And that won't last either. So that'll change. But I think it really is just every city has a different attitude and approach and what they want. And obviously it's where it is. If you're at the front door of the city, you're probably not going to get them to allow you to put industrial and change zoning. So every place is different. It's something obviously you look at. Again, as Bill's talking about, your hotel sites and some of these other things, entertainment type venues that probably not going to come back. And so we're turning over as many rocks as we can right now.
Well, that makes sense. I want to expand on something I think all three of you have hit on, but Bob too, mostly. Is this, how long does it last? So you made a good comment. We had on the government panel some smaller micro metropolitan areas that you're right, they're going to be the first to pull in when the music stops. But I've been doing, this is like my 150 some event since COVID hit. There's so much positivity and so much activity happening. I'm like, is this a 10-year run, or what are you all prognosticating? I heard you say make hay while the sun is shining, but how long do you think this lasts? Get your crystal ball out.
Well, I would say for my competitive developers, friends that are listening, everything's going to stop tomorrow, right? So, but for my capital partners, it's going to go on forever. So there's no way to know. We kind of deal with what we know today and try to be smart of how you structure things for tomorrow. But for me, it's hard to control what you can't control. So again, I think it is just being smart and having gone through several cycles before. Hopefully we've learned from that. But the reality is you give developers a good, strong market and, people are going to jump in and at some point it will become overbuilt, that, supply will outpace demand at some point. Who knows?
Well, you heard it here first, folks. If you're not involved with Bob on a deal, stop buying steel, stop buying land, stop responding to RFPs. There's no future.
Yeah, the world's coming to an end tomorrow.
Charles or Bill, your thoughts on the longevity?
I'm probably not the best to have a read on that. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I think, two things is that COVID has really changed the buying habits of the American public, and stores, to me, stores will be more like showrooms than they are, actually places where you go shop, because They won't have the size or anything you want. And when you walk into a store today, they say, "Oh, we can order that online for you and get it to you." Well, with those buying habits continuing to change, there's going to be a big demand for a period of time. How long that goes, I'm not sure. I think Walmart or Amazon's at 280 million square feet. They have another 80 million square feet in the pipeline for this year, 90 million square feet. And they're still, I think, 15 or 16, 17, 18% of the e-commerce market. And so there's still a lot of room for e-commerce players other e-commerce players to grow. So you see, not only, we all like to talk about Amazon, how they're doing it. Walmart is quietly gobbling up, huge chunks of land across the United States and putting up these giant campuses. So that continues to grow. You see the Wayfairs of the world, the Chewies, the Pets, all those folks still out there doing it because they want the same e-commerce strategy that everybody else has. And they want to be able to ship to you in a day or less and get it there. And that just creates the need for more space. How long? I don't know when it gets built out, but it's great for now. And the other thing is that I agree with Bob on this, is that part of the issue that they have, and this is not DFW, this is across the nation, is land constraints. Land constraints are keeping the amount of development somewhat in check to keep the balanced markets. I don't know how long it's been, this is the only time in my career where consistently the markets have held well below 10% vacancy, which you would always consider to be a healthy market. And then, in other markets, some markets, it's, well under 5, which then you would consider for supply side not to be healthy. So, we haven't seen the rising vacancy rates yet. And that's always a telltale sign that the market's over.
I've heard not horror stories, but like Toronto has 1% vacancy in industrial, things like that. So yeah, I think we're in for the long haul. But I love that you brought up Wayfair, and I don't want to make a commercial for Wayfair, but what an amazing company. Except that, to your other point, Bill, the showroom thing. So I have a couch in my living room that I got from Wayfair when nobody else had couches available. They're 6 months out. Only it's like a mini couch. You have to be really a small person to sit on it, because apparently looking at pictures doesn't do it justice, and you need to still need to go to shopping experiences. So it will be interesting to see how this all evolves out. Let's shift the conversation a little bit to tenant demands, because they clearly have changed over the last couple of years, 5 years, 10 years. But what are some of the emerging technologies you're seeing your tenants bring in demand? How is that affecting you? And talk about maybe your existing portfolio properties too, if you build and hold. Are you having to retrofit? So what are the emerging tenant demands, and how is that affecting what you're doing? Just jump in and feel free to take it.
Sure. The number one thing is power, and more power. And we're seeing, people asking for, where it used to be, your building would have, a couple thousand amps to start out. And now people are asking for 8, 10, 12,000 amps. And so the power requirement's gone way up. And then just also parking. Parking's always a big issue right now with the e-commerce folks, and how do you accommodate all their parking in there and in these facilities. So I think that's some of the things that we're seeing.
And to that point is, from a development standpoint, so much of it is driven by what our coverage is on how much square footage we can build on a lot. So then you start looking at the e-commerce guys that need a lot more parking. And we saw this back before everybody needed trailer storage. So now you start having the larger truck courts and more parking, your coverage goes down, which means your rents need to go up. And so you've got the parking deal. Also on the larger buildings, some people are starting to go to 40-foot clear heights. There's some issues with the sprinkler systems on those and your overall deck heights. So if you're building spec and you're a 800 or million square foot building, you go 40 foot clear? And, you know, it's probably pretty smart to do that, but then it's how many of the guys out there, tenants, will actually utilize it. Their material handling equipment is much more expensive, but then also you have the capital that at the end of the day, a lot of your capital drives those decisions. And so you have the institutional owners that, you know, that's a box that they are probably more starting to want to check, is that 40 foot clear. And it's one of those things, if you have it, somebody needs it, you're great. You may have it and there's no value to it if somebody doesn't need that clear height. And I think the other part is you see more and more tenants starting to air condition their facilities. And it's not really for product, it's more for the employee comfort. And it's as much to be able to hire and retain employees more so than, you know, for product comfort. It's becomes a hiring and employee retention. And so that can add what, Charles, $5-6 a foot?
Yeah, big warehouse is probably, well, it was probably $4.50. Now it's probably $5. Yeah. And you're only really interested in cooling the bottom 10 feet. So, but cool air drops. So fortunately you can put those units up there and the cold air will drop to the floor. Sometimes we'll, in some buildings, we'll put the returns down like at 20 feet if we can find a place and actually build a stratified air condition. So you're only cooling the bottom.
That's really interesting. So on the 40 foot clear stuff, I remember touring an institutional portfolio maybe 10 years ago, 8 years ago. And it was a lot of 40 foot, 32 foot, 40 foot clear, and very, very little of it was being utilized properly. I mean, maybe one row against the back wall was stacked, fully stacked, and a lot of it was not. But are you seeing that the tenants are asking for that, even if they're not 100% certain they're going to use it? And they just, that's a box they check? Is that, I heard you say that term, Bob?
Well, I'm saying that, and that was more the institutional
on the investor side.
That again, if they're more of a long-term hold, then if you have a 1 million square foot building, it's probably something that they would rather pay a little more to have, just not knowing what the trends are going to be in the next 5 to 10 years. But again, there's a couple dollars a foot increase to go the extra 40 foot clear. I'm saying from a tenant standpoint, if a tenant needs 40 foot clear, you know, I could probably get maybe a little more rent for it. If they don't, I can't get any more rent for that. So that's, maybe I wasn't clear. My apologies.
No, I understood. I just wondered if the tenants were demanding it. If the institutions want to build it, if your partners want to build it, do the tenants demand it, or are they taking it?
It depends on the tenant, and are they willing to spend the additional capital on all their material handling equipment, the fork trucks, all that. And then also you think about the time that it takes for them to raise up to get the product that's stacked at that highest level. I mean, again, it's a time to go and retrieve, put it up there and retrieve it. It's a lot. I mean, all that stuff in that distribution model, it factors into their whole operation too. So, and I'm obviously not an expert in the material handling, but that's the other side to the 40 foot clear, is there's a lot of other costs on the tenant side just in utilizing it that we don't see. But you think in a 1 million square foot building that you got another 1 million square foot of pallet positions. And that's at the end of the day, the really sophisticated guys, they're all about how many pallet positions do they have in a facility. So you have a whole nother layer, either that's your future expansion or, you know, it's pretty cheap space from their standpoint.
Yeah, I think from, you know, take it from two standpoints. I mean, we've all been around a long time. We started at 24 foot clear, then we went to 28, then we're at 32, then we made decisions at 36, now we're up to 40. And Bob is absolutely right. It's, you know, I was listening to Chief Investment Officer from ProLodge a few years back, and because they're such a long-term holder of their real estate, he simply said, we're going to build 40 foot clear because we're building for tomorrow today. And do the tenants at some point, you know, tenants at some point catch up to it. And we're kind of all a slave to the capital markets, and the capital markets, as Bob said, is checking that box. Then, you know, in some ways we don't care what the tenant says because the capital markets have told us to go do that. And that's the other thing about how you develop your buildings. You're not only developing for the tenants, you're also developing them for who may ultimately own them, whether it's yourself or somebody else.
Yeah, that's an interesting take. I think Prologis has a different viewpoint when they probably own stuff in Tokyo that's 80-foot clear or something crazy like that. So they get to take that global perspective on that. There's a couple questions in the chat room. I'm going to try to cycle back to, I think there's one for you, Charles, but I'm going to go to this one that just came in first and then get back to that one. On parking ratios, tenants are demanding in Dallas-Fort Worth area, and then trailer spots. So how, and this is maybe a specific question, how many trailer spots, but just, is that a DFW wide thing, more trailer parking? Are there places where it's not allowed? And how are you handling parking ratios and trailer parking?
You know, I mean, there's no set standard. You see some requirements with an incredible number of trailer spots, and also some with an incredible number of auto parks required. And so what our balance is, hopefully you can use some of your truck court for the additional trailer storage for the additional employee parking, so that if they have an incredible number of employees and maybe it's a kitting operation or light manufacturing operation, well, then typically they probably don't need as many dock doors. But you can utilize trailer storage and in front of the dock areas in a screen or wall or fence off part of the truck court for the additional parking. I mean, Bill, I think you're probably, you know, it's managing. Some of it is the site constraints. If you have an odd shaped site, you can probably get a little more car parks, and that allows it. We've got a development that we're just starting in kind of an infill in Fort Worth, and we decided to pull the front of the building back and have it's a 700,000 foot building, and then have a lot more employee parking up front, and that it probably made good sense, and because that's a potential infill and maybe an e-commerce. And so we constantly made the decision to have a little less coverage, provide a lot more employee parking, or it can be additional trailer storage on the one end of the building. So it's
that had to have been a hard decision to make, though, because that costs you money, right?
No, absolutely. And if it doesn't get leased, it doesn't matter how much, you know, at the end of the day. And so it's just trying to be smart and look at the site and understand the market where you're in and who your potential target tenants are, and try to make the best decision you can. Again, when it's spec, you try to have as much flexibility in the site as you can. So you aren't sure how smart you are until you get it leased.
There's a comment in here from Brett, which is great. He's first said it to all panelists, so the attendees didn't get the benefit of this. But he commented, typically see ratios of 0.35 to 0.5 spaces per square foot in our experience. And I'm just a webinar host, but I'm trying to do the math. And I'm like, what? That's a little, and then he comes in and says, per 1,000 square feet. Okay. Now I'm tracking. That's a lot of parking.
Yeah, the city codes, and again, those have changed over time, and every city is different. It used to be you would provide 3 spaces per every 1,000 square feet of office and 1 per 5,000 feet of the warehouse. But again, every user's different.
Yeah.
So it's just, and that's quite frankly, that's what determines if you make a deal or not, is who you're competing with and what you can accommodate for the specific tenant's needs.
Yeah, I think you know, I agree with Bob. The coverage ratio goes down. You build and spec. The best spec building is a flexible building. So maybe you do a couple different site plans where you're showing the maximum amount of trailer storage, and then you show taking, you know, one side of the building doing, you know, the maximum amount of cars that are there depending on the user coming in. You know, I'll say this, the old rule, if you're just going to build a building, that you say you need 0.3 per thousand or something along those lines, you have to build your buildings to be more flexible than that, to attract the widest amount of potential users going in there. And you'll do anything you can if they're coming in with 1,000 car parks or something along those lines, or they need 400 trailers. You have to have some sort of flexibility there to stay in the game with those type of users. And then I had a building in Cincinnati, that a 3PL took that they were building. They're building basically the boxes, the servers for Amazon data centers. Okay, that building went from being a nice 500,000 square foot spec building into a mini data center. And so the building had to be flexible on that. And next thing you know, you have 15,000 amps. You have stress in the car parking. You have 4 different users in it that are all contributing to the Amazon product. It's just flexibility, the flexibility you're looking for out of the buildings.
Interesting. Well, Charles, I think there's a question in here for you about cold storage from Drew. It says, and I'm not sure I understand the question completely. Maybe you will. Better to have a box in cold storage then.
Well, sometimes that's a city issue, whether the cities will allow you to have metal panels exposed on the outside versus a lot of cities want you to have tilt walls. So we did a cold storage for Whole Foods in Austin in the 90s, and we put it inside the tilt wall panels, partly just for speed. And I think we had to meet the city code for having the masonry finish, but that's what drives it a lot. But I think, I haven't seen a lot of it lately, but that's the factor, I believe. And I don't know if these two guys have done one recently where they run into that issue.
I have not. I haven't. No. So I'm not a cold storage expert. It's a hot button in the industry, but it is a different animal than what we're doing, and we've not made the decision to get into that business. So
I have a question for the two of the panelists. 15 years ago, we built an automatic retrieval system. It went 70-foot clear in Denton, Texas. And I thought we were going to see a whole lot more of that. And I was just thinking with land prices going way up, you don't have to air condition them for the employees. Why do we not see more of that?
Go ahead, Bob.
Well, I was going to say, in my just down the street from us in our Pflugerville development, Amazon Seafried Properties is finishing a 90-foot clear, 1 million square foot footprint for Amazon there. So I mean, they have 4 million feet. There's 4 levels in there, so they have 4 million feet under roof. And I'm obviously not familiar with how that whole operation is, but I think that's an example where there's very little lights and, probably not a lot of AC in those upper levels, that there is a lot of automation there. But I think, it's all on the sophistication level of the operator and the e-commerce. There was a old 90-foot clear, wasn't it JCPenney out in Alliance that was built a long, long time ago. And so it's, again, from spec, I think that's hard to do that. It would be a build-a-suit type deal, but I think that's driven by the sophistication level of the e-commerce guys. And I think they're going to start going taller, like you're seeing Amazon, from a cost standpoint.
Okay.
Yeah, I think from an efficiency standpoint, from what I've seen on those type of facilities, they are really specific. And today's users would rather have multiple facilities than versus one that's that high and going out with that type of retrieval system. It goes back to what Bob said. The amount of money you have in your material handling equipment, sophistication in terms of, it being the computerized and everything else is sometimes well beyond what a company wants to spend on one facility.
Okay.
I would love to tour that 90-foot Amazon facility though, just to see what they all did on the inside. If any of y'all can arrange that, I'll put it on our YouTube channel and we'll go tour it. That would be fun. So thank you for the update on tenant needs. I think that's going to continue to evolve. We're going to have a 10-year run here. We've all decided, or I unanimously decided that this is a 10-year run. We're running out of time. We got 10 minutes left. I just want to give the three of you, we'll go one at a time. Charles, you're a man of few words, but a lot of wisdom. So we'll go with you first. But just, I know when we do these events, we run the risk of really missing the most important points because we put together our agendas in advance and then sort of let our panelists flow in conversation. But what of the message have we missed, or what of the message is really important that you would want to drive home to our audience of industrial brokers, users, site selectors, and developers and lenders?
Well, I do have one unique story, I guess, that we're starting an Amazon facility across the street from our office 2 days ago. And it's a last mile facility. And we modified a building in Austin for Amazon, but this is a brand new ground up from Seaview Properties. What was interesting is that there's 650 vans going out of here, and we're running conduits to every parking place for future electric vans. And the amount of conduit was insane. I think we were probably one of the biggest problems for the PVC pipe going up. So that's just one little interesting story.
Bill, let's go to you.
Sure. I think it goes back, it's going to what Charles has said. The automation that's coming along, with the autonomous vehicles, the autonomous trucks, and all the things that are going to change the nature of our world, the industrial world over a short period of time, the robotics, and all that. It's just it's going to be a sight to see over the next 10 years.
You all are not taking up enough time for me on my schedule. So Bob, it's to me and you.
I do have one other comment. I was thinking about all these electrical vehicles. We seem to have had a recent problem with electric supply. And it seemed like to me that the power grid and just the demand for power is almost escalating at an increased pace. There's going to have to be some serious power generation increase to handle all this.
Well, and especially when you look in Texas, when you look at the influx of people and back to the Austin area, I mean, it's crazy the number of companies that it really seems to be, the cool thing to do is to leave Silicon Valley and move your company to Austin. And even really the reality is all of Texas is benefiting. And so when you look at the problem we had with our power grid last week, the demand is only increasing right now. And so hopefully it's a wake up call for everybody that, with the population, how it's growing all of Texas, we better pay attention, and we see some flaws in the grid, but, and the other part is the electric vehicles. I mean, I think a lot of people forget you got to have electric generated someplace to charge your electric vehicle. So
absolutely.
I love that they conveniently forget that we're going to need some kind of fossil fuel to, put the electricity in your battery there. I can't have enough solar. I don't know if y'all heard the latest Elon Musk on Joe Rogan's show. They were talking about Austin, and they talked about batteries too, though. So power and batteries are tied together. And Elon Musk said it's just an absolute race to build these batteries, and there's such short supply and so much needed if people want to use the word energy independence or anything like that, that I like your point. We're going to be generating power for a long, long, long time. That's not renewable, or I mean, that's fossil fuel type stuff. So we'll see how that all plays out. It'll be interesting. I have a feeling Texas will be front and center for that argument going forward for a while. I do have a question from the audience, last one here, and then we'll get out of here and get the next panel going. But from Jay M, how prevalent are sloped slabs with the taller clear space? Anybody want to tackle that one quick, and then we'll let you go?
We've looked at that, and I think in other markets it's very common in the Southeast when I was with Seafree Properties. They're based out of Atlanta, and just because of the incredible topo differences out there, is a very commonplace. In the DFW area, there's been a few that have done it. And I've looked at it. I've had a hard time getting comfortable with it. Again, from my buddy Jonathan Bryan that's up next, he can answer that question of, he popped up on the screen. So I think he's doing your capital markets. But, the question is, would you do a slope slab in the DFW area where it's not commonplace? The last thing you want to do is develop a $50 million building with a slope slab, and then the capital markets and your institutional investors have an issue with that. In the Southeast, there are a lot of, and Tom Fishman can answer that too. He just popped on here. And I know Hillwood has done some slope slabs. So I think it really depends on what market you're in and whether it's accepted in the market that you're developing.
Also, I think when you go to 40-foot clear, and it's a little different from many years ago when you're 28-foot clear, that 1% starts getting magnified of a forklift going up 40 feet.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, Tom, you're 4 minutes early.
All right.
So you're good. Just hang on. We're good. Oh, we're good.
How you doing, Tom?
We're casual here. It's good to see you. All right. We'll wrap up. We'll get this next panel going. I'll do a little bit of housekeeping in between. Charles, Bob, Bill, what a great panel. Thank you all for your insight. I wish you the best in fighting the land and steel battle over the coming years and months. I think you'll all end up all right. But certainly, I think you made a lot of good comments about it's fun to be in industrial right now, and you get to be the popular kids on the block, and so it should be fun.
Thank you, Todd.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Make sure you tell Al on the next panel that he needs to quit developing, that the market's coming to a screeching halt.
I did. I believe I got that message out to everybody, and I'll continue to spread that.
Bob, I'm
Commission,
here, and
just
if
send me a
anybody else
email.
had said that, if anybody else had said that, I wouldn't take their advice. But when it's you, I'm out. I'm going to Hawaii this afternoon.
Good. So for Tom and Dayton, we got plenty more to develop, but Al's out. So
I've already told them that. So.
All right. Well, let's switch up panels here.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for
appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm screen sharing again back to our virtual lobby and our empty warehouse that's going to be full tomorrow because of all the activity in Dallas. This is our panel coming up. So if you want, again, this is great. This is where you connect with them on LinkedIn, find out what we're going to talk about again, and say thank you. Special thank you to these sponsors. And don't forget to connect with me on LinkedIn. I have a bet out with my kids that I can grow my LinkedIn faster than they can. So I need the help. Us older folks don't do that. So, okay. So if you're on the next panel, Dayton, Tom, everybody activate your cameras and let's get rolling here. There's Jonathan. There we go. Greg, there's Greg. Waiting on one more.
Hey guys.
Am I waiting on Al? Oh, Al's going to join us by phone. So you are there. Al, say hi.
I'm here. I'm
going to build you a little slide with your picture on it while we're talking here.
Well, great. That's probably better than I look anyway. So.
I wish I could do the same for me some days when I get up too early. But hey, we've had 3 great panels. A little bit of a grind for me, but a lot of positivity in industrial. Look forward to carrying that into this conversation when we start to talk about capital markets and investment. I know y'all on the investment side are happy that industrial's humming right along, and the people doing retail and some of the distressed stuff probably not so happy right now. So we get to continue in the words of Ren and Stimpy, happy, happy, joy, joy. But let's do our introductions. And I'm just going to go kind of around in my order on my screen here and start with Tom Fishman. What I want you to do is tell us who you are, where you work, what you do, but also give 30-second, minute and a half about what's really going on in your world right now. What are the hot button issues? What are you working on?
Sure. Thank you, Todd, and thank you for everybody joining us. Quick background: I'm at Hillwood Investment Properties is one of the Perot companies. My focus is industrial in the U.S. and Canada, and that is acquisitions and dispositions of industrial real estate. And again, within Hillwood, we will develop, we will acquire, we'll joint venture, really anything industrial. Just some quick snapshots. Through about the last 30 years, we've had about 200 million square feet under construction. Today, we have about 30 plus or minus square feet under construction, and that's spec, built to suit, and in our joint ventures. Over the last 10 years, we've acquired about 50 million square feet of industrial product, and that has been primarily value add type of assets. We're really not a core buyer with our capital. The size of our portfolio, it's a little smaller today. We can range anywhere from 10 to 30 million square feet, just depends on the timing of the cycle and where we are. And then lastly, we have about 9,000 acres nationwide that we can develop on at any given time. So that's where we are today. Then to answer your question, Todd, what is our focus today? It continues to be industrial real estate on this end. And again, we've had some dispositions, mostly in portfolios, even though we do sell one-off, if it makes sense. We have different buckets of capital. We have our fund or club business. So we are fiduciary to our investors there. And we're just really looking for good industrial product or good land to develop.
When you said 9,000 acres, I just, I don't know why I didn't connect it in my brain with national. I was thinking Dallas. I was, what? You have 9,000 acres. How is that possible?
No, not in Dallas. I mean, if you go Texas specifically, we do. I updated with Toby, who runs our Texas region, and we currently have land in Dallas, Houston, and Austin. Don't have anything in San Antonio yet.
Good position to be in. On my screen, I'm going to Dayton next. And I'm having a little tech issue in the background, Dayton, so you're gonna have to take at least 90 seconds while I fix this.
Okay. Hey, Tom, quick question for you. I'm curious if your 9,000 acres, does that include Hillwood Alliance, or is that separate?
No, thanks for asking that, Dayton. Alliance is kept completely separate from what I will be discussing, so it does not include Alliance.
And how much more land is that? Do you know?
Unfortunately, I don't know, but it's a lot.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Hi, Todd. Thanks for having me. Appreciate the opportunity. My name's Dayton Conklin. I'm with Paladin Partners. My role here is to oversee industrial transactions across the U.S. So that covers, similar to Tom, acquisitions, dispositions, and then we do a lot of development as well, mostly through some really good partners around the country. We acquire a lot of land. We have capital for industrial across all risk spectrums. So core acquisitions all the way to value add and development. Clarion has about 56 billion of assets under management right now of all food groups. About little more than 20 billion of that is in industrial. That's owned through a couple of different vehicles. One, largely through one industrial sector specific private REIT that owns about 160 million feet of industrial across the US. That's a core plus fund. And that's where the large majority of our development is taking place right now. So we've been buying existing, we've been buying value add, and we don't own 9,000 acres, but we own quite a bit of land across 25 markets. We've been actively developing, as I said. I think this cycle, we've probably developed a little more than 75 million feet across the US. And we're structured as a REIT, we're a long-term owner, so a little different than Hillwood. We're not an aggregator and then flip. We build a core, buy to core, and really own long-term, focused on newer, higher quality, shallow bay, small buildings on up to larger bulk buildings. We own it all.
Don't discriminate there. All right, we're moving over to Jonathan.
Yeah, I'm Jonathan Bryan. I work with CBRE. This is my 16th year working there on the investment sales team. In 2010, our investment sales team in Dallas teamed up with 4 other prominent industrial investment sales teams around the nation and formed what we call CBRE National Partners. And so we handle a lot of portfolio business. for large owners across the United States, but we also do a lot of our business just in our backyard, which for me really is mostly Texas. Our team kind of covers the south central part of the United States, but the major industrial markets in that region really fall in Texas. We do deals we always represent sellers, and we do deals as small as $5 million and up to $2 to $3 billion. I have 3 other partners here in Dallas that I work with in the Dallas office, and we really cover Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, and El Paso. Those are kind of the big major industrial markets that we track in Texas. In terms of what I'm working on right now, just as an anecdote, we're calling for offers on a 1 million square foot Amazon facility in Fort Worth. Second round offers are due today, and that's about a $100 million check size. So, that would be one of the larger single tenant buildings that we see, but happy to be on the panel and look forward to the discussion today.
I'm going to have to ask you to clarify that because I didn't catch it when you first said it. $100 million. Did you say single tenant?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Amazon distribution.
Of course it's Amazon. Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
$100 million, nothing to them. All right, let's move on to Greg. And I saw Al's face pop in, but what happened? Where did you go?
Here, let me see. That's not a real great shot there, but I'll stick with it if you want.
Yeah, that's great. Hey, you know what? In the Zoom universe, we like to see real faces, real people, and the inside of people's cars or living room. And my favorite Zoom trick
makes us prettier.
Is Jonathan. If Jonathan backs way up with that green background, I'll bet you anything his head disappears. So you have to do that trick at some point before we go.
I'll try.
Oh, it didn't happen. Well, I'll put on a Zoom background. I can make my arms disappear. It's kind of fun. All right. So Greg, sorry for the distraction. Go ahead and give us your intro.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Like some people on the call, I office in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Austin, and handle transactions all over the country. I've been a real estate lawyer for 39 years. The last 27 years, 100% of my focus has been on 1031s. So I kind of fall into that bullet point of exit strategies. And 3 things are going on in my world. Number one, 1031s are as hot as they've ever been. And there are some trends going on that some people may not be aware of. So we've got some trends to talk about. Secondly, governmental affairs, things to talk about to save 1031s. And then thirdly, what's quite timely is Monday of this week, the IRS issued extensions for people in Texas for 1031. So when it's my turn, those are the 3 things that I'll be talking about.
That's good on the extension. All right, Al, give us your intro if you weren't on or breaking up at all. So give us about a 30 to 90 second update on what you're working on, as well as who you are, what you do.
Yeah, Al Sorrells, Majestic Realty. Majestic, if you're not familiar with us, we're a privately held, primarily industrial development company. We're based in Southern California, and we have about 6, 7 offices across the country. Obviously the LA area, Las Vegas, Phoenix, Dallas, Fort Worth. We're just opening an Austin office, Atlanta, Lehigh Valley. And so we have about 85 million square feet of aggregated product of industrial. Across those markets. We're slated to do about 10 million feet this year. And so we're privately held and in some circles known as the largest privately held industrial developer in the country. So here in Dallas, Fort Worth, we're working on several projects, South Fort Worth, north of the airport, Louisville. We've got some things going down in Austin, Laredo, and then some other areas on the border there. My primary deal right now is out trying to find that next land site. I don't have 9,000 acres like Fishman has, or some of these other guys. So if you're a broker listening, you got a land site, I'm all ears. So we're, great market, but very competitive, obviously. So a lot of room at the table, but a lot of sharp elbows at that table. So are trying to get our little piece here. Glad to be on. I appreciate the invite and opportunity, and sorry for my informal my last minute informal state of
I love
approach.
it. I just have to show you the disappearing arm trick now. See if it works. There it is. Yep, all gone. In my head, I probably get my head. But anyway, so Zoom is great, isn't it? It's wonderful, wonderful to work in. I want to go to the first question, then I got to get rid of this obnoxious background. The first thing I thought of when Dayton was doing his intro was, we've talked a lot about development in this event from 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock. It was, land, site selection, what the cities, counties are doing, what the developers are doing. But then you brought up Dayton buying existing. And I'm thinking as I'm interviewing these folks and talking about rents going up, I got to think that it's a good buy opportunity and that there's probably some cap rate compression going on. But what's the market like for buying existing industrial in the DFW market and all?
Well, the cap rate compression is certainly there, and that makes it a tougher buying opportunity than a better opportunity. And JB can speak to that firsthand. He's at the front line of all those transactions, both here in Texas and across the U.S. But yeah, we're an aggressive acquirer of both core and value add assets across all of our markets. And as I'm sure I haven't been able to listen to your previous panels, but I'm sure the conversation was heavy with the discussion of just the flood of capital and the wall of capital coming into industrial, even more so than it was before. So that's really pushing cap rates down as more buyers come into these markets, and it's getting tougher and tougher on existing. And then as far as land goes, you're seeing all of these core buyers move up the risk spectrum, and 5 years ago they may not have been more value add development type capital. Well, they've got to go chase yield and juice returns somehow, and so they're moving up that risk curve, and so you see a lot more capital coming into development.
Well, I heard you say core plus, so I know you're on that spectrum somewhere. So you're saying that spectrum's shifting?
Yeah, I'm saying that there's a lot more. We've always been kind of core plus targeted acquirer, meaning we go buy both core lower return assets, and then we blend that in with our higher development returns, blend those overall returns together, and end up with some core plus type returns. But yeah, there's a lot of capital that has historically been just true core funds or core return targets. They now have to blend in some development in order to get their what was a typical core return, say 5 years ago, has compressed quite a bit.
Yeah, and to echo Dave's statement, I think you're seeing a lot of buyers from out of state continuously. I mean, it's always been the case, and I think Greg can tell us about 1031 from California. But I mean, as the population is shifting, so is their capital. I mean, people from New York, people from California, they want to invest. They want to invest in industrial, and Texas, because of the population growth, is just further ratcheting up the demand. And I guess JB can tell us better than anybody about that.
Yeah, one point I'd make is this run that we've been on in the industrial space. If you really think back how long we've been going, you could argue the light switch turned on in 2010, and we just had positive rent growth and strong capital markets activity since then. And with the maturity of the cycle, we've seen capital, as Dayton said, go from really core to core plus, and now there's appetite for the entire risk spectrum, whether it be value add, opportunistic, but those value add and opportunistic returns are much harder to come by these days. And so you're seeing buyers get creative, capital getting creative and going into markets they might not have gone to before, and really widening their fairway on what they're willing to accept. But to Dayton and Tom's point, most groups that need a little extra return, whether it be core plus or value add, are leaning towards development, because that's really the main place you can get it, and get it with some scale in this market.
So JB, I got some questions for you along those lines. When you're trying to move an industrial investment property, industrial investment grade type thing, I think for decades, right, it was lease term was meaningful, and the longer the lease term, the more investment grade it would be considered. Because of this push for risk, has that actually changed? Are people now saying, what do you got with a shorter rent roll?
Oh, definitely. Especially for the smaller assets, the 250,000 square foot buildings and smaller that are typically shallow and they're multi-tenanted. Those buildings typically have 3 to 5 years of lease term, and when you have near-term rollover with the way that rents have been growing and the acceleration that we've seen, especially in these smaller infill sites that are hard to replicate, it's the cap rates that we'll trade those properties at are much lower than the returns that those buyers are realizing in years 4 and 5 of their hold period. Coupled with the debt that you can get today, it makes for the perfect storm on aggressive pricing for those properties. And the last thing I'd say about the smaller properties is they are still trading below replacement cost, and replacement cost is almost not even something to rationally think about on some of these because you really can't replace them. I mean, there's no land in a lot of these interior submarkets in DFW. So we like to joke that the buyers that ask about replacement costs, they're not going to be the buyer of the deal because it really is not as meaningful as it used to be.
Well, I don't know if this we call this the capital markets group here, but so just you touched on something. I heard you go by JB, so I'm gonna say JB, but anybody to address this is interest rates. There's inflationary pressures. There's no question. We've heard it from all the panels. Steel's going up. Housing prices are going up. It's hard to find workers. Wages are going to go up. Things are going to happen. Do we see interest rates changing, and will that help some of this level out some of this environment where it's really hard to find deals right now?
Well, I'm the one developer, I guess. Well, I guess Bill would, but more of the guys are more on the capital markets side. And so as a developer, I mean, we're, the 10-year, most of our debt, long-term debt, we're a long-term holder. So we're a little different animal than most guys. We're not looking at an IRR driven deal or an exit cap as much. So we're looking at the long-term debt, and certainly most of our debt's priced over the 10-year treasury. So that the move in the 10-year treasury was meaningful. And, so the 3.5% rental growth we've seen here in the last year is good and hopefully sustainable in the Dallas-Fort Worth market, because that's what you've never had in the past. The guys on the coastal cities would say, rent in Dallas is $3. It's always $3, and it goes up and goes back down. But I think we have sustainable growth this time, and hopefully, able to attain that spread over the treasury.
So are you locking in right now? I feel like even with the bump in treasuries, it still feels like maybe it's lock-in time. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, rates are still very attractive, but depending on, they're going up. That's inflationary.
There's definitely a correlation, Todd, but it's not 1-for-1. Life companies and banks have floors, so you never really got to enjoy the complete drop off in interest rates. And even though the 10-year treasuries have moved, if you look to where we were last March, we're kind of back there, maybe a little bit higher. So, I mean, it's impactful. You have to watch it very closely, but it's not a 1-for-1 relationship. So, again, watching it very closely, it may impact cap rates at some point. I think a bigger concern, I'd like to hear Al tell us a little bit about this, is the cost of construction. So you're talking about inflation, but with lumber and steel here lately, the costs are just going up. So maybe that's something we can discuss real fast.
Yeah, go for it, Al.
Yeah,
how are we going to deal with it?
Well, there's no question. I mean, I'm sure you've had some other development panels this morning. I'm sure they've touched on steel prices. Steel prices have been just, going up at a just astronomical level. I mean, my construction guys, I beat on them and I say, you got to be kidding. And they'll say, well, these guys will only hold their price for 72 hours. And the other day, guys, was 48 hours, something like that. So how do you price a deal when you got to put some kind of growth factor in your steel number? So hopefully that's we've seen that sort of deal in concrete pricing before. Hopefully, maybe not to that level, but hopefully that's a momentary blip and it'll settle. But I think, land prices are higher. I mean, higher land prices in the Metroplex for sure are here to stay. Land's not $2 anymore. Same way with $3 rental rates, so it's and construction prices are more. TI prices. I mean, I can remember not that long ago when you'd say $40 a foot on TI. Now it's 120. And so rents have to go up. The cap rate compression saves us all when we have these escalating price markets. And if you're an exit cap guy, that cap rate compression is meaningful. But again, we're long-term debt guys because we're holding our products. So when the interest rates are going up and your pricing is going up, that makes it tough. So but yeah, escalating costs are definitely a huge factor, because your steel price isn't just your frame steel. Obviously, it's your fire suppression system, it's your dock equipment, it's everything that has a steel component. So
well, there's so many different directions now I could go off of this. So thank you for all of the great fodder, and it's fun to moderate. But I want to go to Greg for a minute because he hasn't said anything yet, and it is a wealth of information. Are you seeing and you're seeing more deal flow, right? And is there cap rate compression still occurring right now?
Well, actually, and I'm like somebody said earlier, they're not a stat guy. I'm just a knowledge guy on 1031s and handle them all every day. And I can tell you we're busier than we've ever been, and 1031s are just going crazy. I don't really check the cap rates. It's just we're going crazy, which is good. The biggest trends, and of course, what I have to talk about is all 1031s. It's not specific to industrial, but hopefully it applies to some people in some ways. But the biggest trends with 1031s is people waking up to the fact that if they ever want to get out of high maintenance real estate and just get mailbox money, they can. So more and more people are selling real estate that they think is a lot of trouble, taking advantage of these high prices, and either buying a triple net lease property or a DST, which is a fractional interest in a building. A lot of y'all are familiar with that. DST standing for Delaware Statutory Trust. And then what's the biggest surprise to most people is you actually can just buy oil and gas royalties, and there are people that are really good at buying those, and they provide great cash flow. So we'll have farmers and ranchers sell a farm that they're making very little monthly cash flow on, and they'll buy oil and gas royalties, and all of a sudden their income goes up astronomically, and they can quit farming and they can leave percentages of those royalties to each of their heirs. I have an 86-year-old farmer north of Austin that paid nothing for his farm 50 years ago, and now his land is worth $5 million. He sold it for $5 million, didn't pay a dime because he did a 1031 and he bought DSTs and oil and gas. Somebody mentioned it.
But Greg, the market, that guy with $5 million, I had a discussion with a DST guy you would know and an investor that's got a lot of 1031 money last night. We were just drinking beers and talking, and there is nothing to buy.
Well, you mean for the DST?
Anybody. It seems like the inventory out there of available opportunities for that farmer are getting thinner and thinner. Am I wrong?
Well, yeah. Well, there's still quite a few DSTs and oil and gas, and more people are getting that. That's what generally pays the most. But what my wife and I did, somebody mentioned the crazy prices. I mean, we had a duplex in North Richland Hills, and somebody offered us a stupid number for it. It didn't make sense for us to keep it based on what they were going to pay us. Compared to the property taxes, the insurance, and the rents just didn't justify that price. So we happily just sold that rent house and we bought a DST. People talk a lot about Amazon. We bought a piece of this Amazon right here. And this is hilarious. And that is, I bought a piece of this Amazon warehouse without even knowing where it was. I laughed when I realized 2 months after I bought it, I didn't even know where it was. So we own maybe a window pane in this Amazon warehouse. So we sold that rent house for way more than it was worth. Now we own a piece of that Amazon warehouse, and you know, we get our share of the appreciation and the rents and the depreciation, and then when the company that leases to Amazon sells it, we get to decide what we want to do then. But yeah, I bought it through an investment advisor I trust so well. I knew all the due diligence was already done, so we bought it. And then later I thought, well, where is that? It's outside of Tucson, Arizona. But yeah, you could still find DSTs. There are some registered investment advisors that just have a few. And then there's a couple of them. Well, there's one in Austin, Realized 1031, that probably has the most options in the country. So yeah, you can still find them. And that's the huge trend, is people just taking advantage of these high prices. And especially if they're also getting out of a piece of real estate that's a lot of trouble and just getting mailbox money. So anybody that's older, and my wife and I are on the verge of older, you just do that. So that's
Hey, Greg,
club on the verge of older.
I have a quick question for you. I know there was some concern, and now that I want to get to politics, but there was some concern that there would be some serious modifications to the 1031 program under the new administration. I haven't heard much about it. So is there still a concern, or what's the House view?
Yeah, that's my second topic. I had 3 topics planned, and that's my next one. So yeah, so we've known over a year ago, Biden already had it in his plan to either eliminate 1031s or just knock them down, only allow them up to 400,000 of income each year or each sale. But that was way before COVID. So things have changed a lot, but we've been talking to Biden and top Democrats for over a year. So this is nothing that caught us by surprise. We've been in communication with them. Tax reform has been pushed way back, further back than it might have been if we weren't going through the COVID and all that. And we've been having great discussions with them. And if you've heard rumors, oh, they're going to do away with 1031s, well, that's not crazy to say that. There is a concern, but it is not on the table. Okay, it's not on the front burner. And the main thing is I have a call to action for everybody, because yeah, you know, well, there's a website, 1031taxreform.com/take action, where people can go, because it's so easy to show governmental officials that if they do away with 1031s, it's going to be counterproductive to their goals of helping the economy and not losing jobs. And you know, this year, this is the 100th year that we've been able to keep 1031s in the code. They're 100 years old, because it's so obvious. Farmers put it in 1921. They said, look, we can't trade up if you're going to tax us with dirt. So, you know, we keep getting it. You know, last time it was Republicans that wanted to take it. This time it's Democrats. And so it's just round and round. But Kevin Brady, when he was chairman of Ways and Means, he told me to my face that he and Paul Ryan were going to take away 1031s because they needed to do whatever it took to pay for lowering the corporate rates. Well, we kept that from happening because of how many people in Congress do 1031s, and how many people went to Congress and said, okay, you take away 1031, I'm not selling, so you're not getting my money anyway. If you let me do a 1031, I'm going to buy more real estate. I'm going to make more money. I'm going to pay more income taxes off of that income. And plus everybody else I hire, because I own more real estate. Home Depot makes more money. The landscapers make more, everybody makes more money when you allow people to unlock their capital and buy more real estate or different kinds of real estate. So what it does for the economy is so obvious. So, but we always have to be diligent, and we're talking to them almost every day. Yeah. So it is something to be active on. It's not on the front burner, but we need everybody to stay involved, and all the organizations are.
No 1031, we're all going to be like Al and hold them forever.
Yeah.
Property store rank, yes. Then they're going to take away they're going to make the estate tax worse. Then we won't have any solutions at all for real estate. Well, JB, Dayton, let's talk. Let's get back to deal flow, competition, cap rates. What are your thoughts on where we're headed? How long we're going to be headed there? If there's a respite, or do we just keep going down this rabbit hole of cap rate compression?
Yeah. So, you know, it's tough to see cap rates compressing much more than they have already, especially with the recent uptick in treasuries. I do think that we will see some compression in secondary markets that maybe hasn't shown up yet. It probably won't be very material. But, we saw late last year around the nation, really, it first showed up in gateway markets and tier one markets, anywhere from 25 to 50 basis points of compression on core opportunities that had good credit and term. And so that market is ultra competitive right now. And there's an argument to be made that, perhaps the kind of what we call the light industrial space, which is buildings that I described earlier that are under 250,000 feet and shallow bay, those smaller tenants, we might see some compression there as well. The volume of transactions in that space has been relatively light compared to the bulk space, which has typically more credit and term. Interestingly, throughout COVID, the owners of the light industrial properties that had small tenants that are typically have regional or local credit, those portfolios stayed very healthy in terms of rent collections and those tenants being able to to survive, frankly. So it's healthy across the board. I'd say it's more competitive right now than we've ever seen it. When we're offering a core opportunity, we can have anywhere from 15 to 20 offers that come in that are competitive. And so working through the bid process from first round to the time we award the deal, sometimes we'll go 4 rounds of bidding. And so it's a very painful atmosphere for a lot of these buyers with just the stiff competition that we have.
Yeah, and I'll touch on that too. I think cap rates are going lower. I mean, they've been compressing and continue to compress, and we keep saying how low can they go? I think they're going to continue to go lower. There's just so much capital out there that is starving for yield. And that capital is now, it's been going to secondary markets, especially the higher quality secondary markets. And now it's even pushing into some real tertiary markets. If you get anything with what looks like credit and term in these tertiary markets, cap rates are going lower. And then as JB mentioned on the multi-tenants, we talked about rents and rents growing so fast. Everybody's going to be chasing these multi-tenant buildings, convincing themselves that the in-place NOI is so far below the market. So they're gonna underwrite a market rent here, yet pay a price based on the in-place, and that in-place cap rate's going to be 50, 75 basis points below where they're going to convince themselves the kind of spot market cap rate is. So these deals are going to look like really, really low cap rates, but the buyers are convincing themselves they can get to those rent rolls very quickly and get to a higher yield within the first couple of years. I don't know how cap rates keep going lower on Amazon type long-term lease rent bumps at 1.5. That's just, I don't understand that, but they're going lower as well.
I think that's alternative. I agree with what Dayton said. And I mean, you have to look at when people say cap rate now, they'll say, oh, this is my year 3 cap rate. So the rent's here. So you can kind of make yourself feel better about the year 3 cap rate. And then Dayton, here's what I think is keeps pushing these cap rates down. It's the alternative for some of these investors. Yeah. So if you're in South Korea, if you're in Germany, and your alternative is 0 at the bank, sometimes negative, all of a sudden 3 sounds good. So, I mean, I hear you. It makes me wonder too, but I've seen so many of these groups and we've talked to them, you got to put their shoes on and say, what's my alternative? And they see some of these long-term, which is what you're seeing in industrial, right? It's, I mean, like Greg said, some of it is a coupon clipper. And for 15 years, they know they're going to get an income from an investment grade rated company, and they're okay with it. As I said before, you got to look at interest rates because there's definitely some hedging that might need to be done. But I can see the sustained cap rates and maybe lower cap rates in some of the tertiary secondary markets.
Yeah, and there's so much capital that was 10 years ago going into, or 5 years ago, into office and retail, and industrial was always just kind of their little, play money on the side, and they would kind of get in and out of industrial. Now that's completely reversed, and there's so much capital that would have gone into $500 million office buildings. They could do put one big slug of capital into an office building, and boom, they've invested, a bunch of capital. Now there's nowhere to go in retail and office, so it's more of it coming into industrial. And these big Amazon, big million square footers, like JB or someone said, $150 million deals. There's some really big deals now on the industrial side.
Hey, Greg, on the 1031 side, are you seeing more industrial? Because we get at least a call a week from somebody saying, I'm selling my retail, I'm selling my multifamily, I want to get into industrial. Are you seeing, I know you cover all 1031s regardless of the product type, are you seeing an increased requirement specifically for industrial?
Yeah, but even though, as y'all all know, it's so hard to find that, yeah, but yeah, they would if there was more of it out there, and some of them are doing that. But yeah, but they're looking at for all kinds of lower maintenance types of real estate than multifamily for sure, or something with a higher return than just farming. Yeah, just land. So we're doing a lot of farm and ranch exchanges, and yeah.
Well, Al, is this making you rethink your long-term hold strategy? All this talk about that, and then also, what's competition? How's it affecting you?
Yeah, I want some of these. I want some of these, low sub-4 caps. And I'm I'm a seller. It's interesting, if you know the industrial game, and most people do. Majestic's not really a seller, but I still probably get two to 3, 4, 5 calls a week, for guys hunting for product. And if they're calling me, they're scooping the bottom of the barrel trying to find product. So yeah, there's a great deal of demand out there for product, and the competition is intense on our side. I'm sure your other panels have talked about land sites in the DFW area, and Austin, San Antonio, Houston, all these markets are very difficult to find land, and the entitlement process has gotten much more complex. So it used to be that there was really no barrier to entry in Texas, because you came here, you flew in, you got in a car with a broker, you traveled around, and you saw 5 sites, and you went and bought one for $1.50, $2 a foot, and you drew your plans, and you're under construction 4 months later. That's not the paradigm any longer. I mean, you've got if you're able to get a site that's in the DFW area, it's probably got some topography, utility, zoning, or all the above, or environmental, or all the above. So the getting a site ready to go is a little harder. So as to product type, I mean, everybody likes to talk about Amazon. I got news from my competitors out there. Amazon ain't gonna lease everything, but they're leasing a lot. But we all kind of build to the Amazon effect, I think. The clear height, the trailer parking, the circulation, the truck queuing, et cetera, et cetera. You're kind of, well, what does Amazon want? Because that's your prototype. So as we all go through these mental gymnastics, I mean, look, in industrial, we're in a commodity driven product, right? It's my box versus Hillwood's box versus Prologis's box versus Duke's, et cetera. So we all try to put something a little different in there to aside from the location, we're all trying to spin our box as a little better box to create that competitive advantage that may or may not be there. It may be just perceived. So, clear height, whatever it is, we're trying to all differentiate in the market. And your real only variable cost is your land and what you have to do to that land to get it ready. Because we're really all pouring a slab and tilting panels and hanging steel for pretty much the same number. So.
No, Todd, I want to say something. Okay, a creative way to use 1031s. Let's say you never do a 1031, you're never going to do one, and you don't think about them. I've had so many times where someone wanted to buy land and the deal wasn't happening, and the only thing that made it happen was someone got to that landowner and said, "Oh, do you realize you might be able to sell this without paying taxes?" That's made the difference so many times. So I don't know if every time y'all are looking for land, you suggest that whoever owns that land find out if they could sell it without paying taxes. I would encourage you to do that. That's a creative way to use this information. It's not for yourself. It's for the person you're trying to buy from.
I've seen that happen.
Yeah.
Personal, that's a great solution. And then you brought up DSTs. There's not a DST sponsor on here, but to take a family that maybe it's a trust and the 4 kids own it and they don't know what to do with the land. They don't want to pay the tax. They've got all these issues. You could break that up and go into 4 different DSTs. One person could be in retail. One person could do whatever. So there's options. I love that, Craig. That's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up. Let's talk a little bit about, anybody want to talk about old product? It's on our to-do list for this. And I just love the redevelopment, the inner city, because as real estate developers like Al, you're just putting up a box, right? And that's fun. We all like doing it and all that. But when things really get interesting is some of those land sites, like Al mentioned, where there's 10 different types of hair on it, or there's an old building, or what are some of the redevelopment opportunities you all have been a part of or looking at, or is that the newest wave now for DFW?
Well, I mean, in the industrial game, I think a lot of guys have looked at we haven't done, I haven't done one, but the mall sites are there was one out in Grand Prairie that a group did a while back off of 360, because malls are somewhat antiquated now, and probably will be for the future. So those are some of the new industrial opportunities. That's the one that comes to mind. Certainly in the DFW area, there's some select opportunities where you might see redevelopment being an option, where the numbers really have to make sense, but because you're buying that site for the building per building square foot, not per land square foot. So it's a little hard to make those numbers work, but there's some select opportunities I think people have looked at, where you go in and you demo a building and put a new building on there, and some of the older, more mature submarkets.
Imagine the shopping centers with turned into truck parking. What a dystopian universe we'd have.
It's definitely an opportunity, and we've got that Grand Prairie deal that Al references was us 13, 15 years ago. And we've got one that we acquired up in central New Jersey, and then the process of doing another mall redevelopment in the Lehigh Valley. So it takes a while. There's a lot of entitlement hair to get through. And some of these older malls, a lot of environmental as well. But all these malls have great access, great visibility. I mean, all the logistics reasons that you want. The best logistics aspects of your buildings that you want, they're all there in regional malls. So if you can find the right one, it's great opportunities.
Can you expand on that, Dayton? Is that a logistics use, a last mile type facility, or what do you?
No, I'm just talking about relative to infrastructure, highways, quick. It's retail access, great on and off freeway access, visibility, great, and then great demographics too. If you want to focus on, last mile, whatever you want to make that, spin. But yeah, you're close to rooftops for sure.
We're doing one as well, and we've looked at a few other ones, but I think Dayton hit it. It's a lot harder than they make it seem. It takes a lot longer as well. So, whether it's, what Dayton brought up, whether it's having existing tenants to work with. So while it is a possibility, I think it's a very small piece of the industrial development opportunities, but it is definitely there.
Yeah, Todd, when you mentioned, older buildings in general, most older industrial buildings are not being redeveloped right now. A very small percentage of them are. And that's because most of the older buildings are located in the best locations. If you think about the most infill sites in DFW, along Interstate 35 and Stemmons, or in the metropolitan submarket at the Tollway and 635, locations like that you don't see a lot of redevelopment, and that's because the tenants that want to go there, they desire the location more than anything, and we like to say location trumps functionality when it comes to these older vintage buildings. Now, in some locations, we have seen industrial buildings being scraped for multifamily, and there's just a few examples of that. In the metropolitan submarket, like on Inwood Road, we just sold a deal, and we know that the ultimate buyer is looking at it as a covered land play to convert to multifamily in the future. But in terms of repurposing older industrial buildings for newer industrial buildings, haven't seen a lot of it just because the locations are so good, and it would be so expensive to buy an existing industrial building and then scrape it because your dirt value to the new building square footage is going to be so high. So I don't know that rents are there to justify that in a lot of these submarkets.
There was a question in our chat room about raising roofs. Is any of that activity happening, or people looking at that with those properties?
I've seen it on a deal I sold last year in Garland, a big food service center, as a cold storage asset, and Kraft had a desire to occupy about 300,000 feet, and this was an old Tom Thumb Safeway grocery store campus that had been converted into a multi-tenant cold storage campus. And Kraft wanted the space, but it wasn't tall enough. So the owner literally went in and raised the roof about 10 feet to a clear height that was acceptable to Kraft. And pretty interesting process to do that, but it was cost effective. And I haven't seen many examples of that. Dayton, Tom, Al, I don't know if you guys have, but that's the one that comes to mind.
We're not seeing any of that. We're not doing any of that. If we can come in and buy something older and the economics will work to raise the roof, the economics going to work to scrape it all together too. Our focus is on newer, more modern facilities as opposed to the older, unless it's like Jonathan's talking about, something that's extreme infill. But we really think that over cycles, it's the newer, higher quality, more efficient buildings that outperform, functional obsolescence. Just, you can always lower rents in a down market in the higher quality, and usually those tenants are going to, gravitate over to the newer, more efficient buildings, and especially in an e-commerce environment. While talking about where the real demand drivers are, all the e-commerce users, they want more modern, more efficient, like Al was talking about, bigger truck courts, better circulation, more clear height. It's just where the demand drivers are going.
Yeah, if they need the super infill, they'll make the building work, whether it's 18-foot clear or 24-foot clear, because again, products coming in and out so fast, it's not like they're racking. You see it in the smaller buildings. The problem is in the smaller building, the cost is so exorbitant, it doesn't make sense. So we've acquired a few of those smaller infill buildings, and the 20-foot clear for 100,000 square feet work just fine, because at the end of the day, it's still going to be 1980s vintage, which there's nothing wrong with it, but you have to be smart about how much capital you're going to invest in it.
And if you got 12-foot clear, somebody's going to grow pot in it and think it's the gold mine. So the value goes up 3x. That's just crazy going on right now. Matt Edgar did ask JB if you've seen the cost to raise the roof.
I wasn't privy to that. They did that before we got the listing. I would get it totally depends on the size of the building, because you get economies of scale. But I would estimate it's somewhere between $5 to $10 a foot. That's my gut. But
you don't just have the roof; you got sprinkler systems, you got electrical, you got all your column. I mean, it's a complete.
Yeah, I gotta think that's enormously expensive. I would think it would preclude you doing it in most situations. I would think economically.
You better be at the end of the life cycle of your existing roof too. If you're going to replace your roof.
Yeah, right.
It's just like my men's league hockey team. It looks really good on paper. All right, we got to keep the conversation moving. There is one thing in here Grace and Graham wants to talk about, so we'll keep it short. He wants to talk about build-to-suit deals, how you can approach the annual rent bump conversation with tenants. And I don't know if this guy's a tenant rep or a tenant himself, but what kind of impact does flat rent have on exit cap, and are you agreeing to flat rent?
I'll be honest, we don't like it. We don't like it. Buyers don't like it, but you try and be creative. So I'd be lying if I said we don't do it. We have done it. And, it's just trying to work with the customer the best we can, but it will be discounted cap rate wise. And JB, you can agree or disagree, but I think you'll see a discounted cap rate for that because investors want some rent growth. I mean, Dayton alluded to it earlier, rent growth annual escalations used to be 2 to 3%. Now you're seeing them 1.5%, and that may be below CPI. So not desired, but Hillwood will try and figure out a way to be as flexible as possible.
It's great to get a long-term credit tenant lease in there because it's going to de-risk your portfolio. But if you've got a building, an asset that's growing rents at 1.5% per year, and market rents are growing 3 to 5%. I mean, shoot, you look back at some of these markets, they're growing 10+%. You're getting crushed on your value, and you're locked into that long-term rent for 10 to 15 years.
I would say with the buyer, buyers, we're talking a lot about cap rates, but buyers are also looking at metrics like, levered cash on cash yield, and more importantly, total IRR, total return. And if you have a flat rent, term almost hurts you. I think most buyers would prefer shorter lease term, even if you do have some good credit, so they can get to those market rents quicker.
Then you got to watch your extensions though, right?
Right.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have 9 minutes. We have to wrap this up. And there's 5 of you all with really good things to say. So I can give you each of you like 2 minutes to sort of recap. And I said this on the last panel. I probably repeat myself a lot. But the risk you run putting these events together is that you miss something really, really important. So that's your job now, is to bat a little cleanup, but also make sure we didn't miss a topic that's really important to the audience that you wanted to get across or you wanted to do. So let's go reverse order. So we're going to go to Al to kick us off for the final round.
Yeah, I mean, I would take a little bit of a maybe a contrarian posture and say, we're in a great market. Things are fun. Things are good. Look, if you've been in this business less than 8 years, it's Disneyland, man. If you've been an industrial broker or young guy, working in development, I mean, every year's better. Buildings, you build them and they lease automatically, and it just, rents are going up and yeehaw, but the music stops, and we've all seen it. I've been in this Dallas-Fort Worth market for 35 years, and the music has stopped 3 or 4 times during my career, and sometimes more abruptly than others. And so we're building a lot of space here right now. I mean, we got 30 million feet under construction right now. I think that's the top in the nation, and we're doing well. And there's deals out there looking for space. And hey, let me tell you, there's nobody that hopes it continues more than me. And I think we still do have some running room, but there's things, and we have such a complex economy now, and it's a global economy and all that there's so many things that can happen, so many variables that I think it's hard for anybody, certainly guys a lot even smarter than me, to figure out what's going to change our dynamics. And so I think you got to be a little cautious. I think you got to be looking in your rearview mirror just a little bit and kind of looking out over the horizon. And there might be some darker clouds out there than people think. So
to add on to what Al just said about your buildings are leasing automatically, and you're, even when they don't lease, you're rewarded for some extended downtime or vacancy. And you used to get excited to pre-lease buildings, and now you get penalized. You hold on to that vacancy for 6 months, or you miss that one deal, 30 days later, another deal's going to come along, and that rent's going to be just a little bit higher, and the cap rates are going to continue to compress. So it's crazy.
I agree with what Al said, but I think the landscape has changed. E-commerce, grew in 6 months what we thought would happen in 5 to 10 years. People want their stuff and they want it now. So that's really just changed the landscape. But like Al said, you have to be smart, because you can overbuild and the party ends when that happens, regardless of where you are. But it is a fundamental shift in how product goes from being made to being consumed.
So if I could just offer, just from my perspective, maybe a few things that we like to think of on the flip side of the coin from what Al said. And Al, I'm not disagreeing with you, but if I want to put on my rosy glasses and be optimistic about what will fuel our market going forward. And, to Tom's point, there's been some very structural changes in the logistics landscape in the United States. First of all, the e-commerce adaptation that Tom mentioned, that's really accelerated. We've correlated that for every additional $1 billion of e-commerce sales that occur in the U.S., that justifies the demand for 1.25 million feet of industrial space. So if you overlay the adaptation that has occurred over the last year with, now my parents are buying on Amazon. They didn't used to do that, but now they know how it works. And so more and more people will do it. And that's one big structural shift. Another structural shift is safety stock. So customers saying, we're not going to let this happen, or suppliers saying, we're not going to let this happen again, where we run out of stock if something, a black swan event happens. So across the board, a lot of groups are increasing their safety stock, maybe 4 to 5%. And then supply chain diversification is a third structural shift, where companies and users need more dots on the map to get product to customers quicker. And occupancy cost for an industrial user is such a small component of their overall expense load that they're willing, a lot of these big companies are willing to put more dots on the map to satisfy the customer's demands of getting things quickly. So, those three things, combined with the population growth that we're seeing in DFW and the fact that industrial is very closely correlated to population and consumption, that gives me hope that we're not close to the music stopping. But again, I'm putting on my optimistic glasses here and trying to think positive.
And I hope you're right.
You sound like Jack Breaker.
Those are Jack's rose-colored glasses he's wearing.
Isn't that Jack?
Jack is glasses.
It never stops. Cap rates keep going lower. Deals never stop.
And as long as that demand keeps up, like JB's talking about, the capitals is continuing to come. And our investors at a time, we're so late in the cycle now, you would think investors would be taking chips off the table. It's just the opposite. Existing investors are doubling down, and new capital is just coming out of, capital you never heard of, everything's coming out
There's
of.
too many chips.
The availability of capital is unseen. It's in the appetite for product is going to drive it past demand. So
it does.
Well, like Bob said, there's nothing to see here.
Yeah.
To see here. Great. Gentlemen, this was a fantastic panel, a fantastic event. I had a great morning getting to moderate all of this. I learned a lot about what y'all are doing right now. And I think the future is very, very bright. I've heard it all over the country. I think we're headed into the most entrepreneurial decade of our lifetimes, where some really good, unique, fun things are going to happen, and it's going to drive economic growth that we didn't imagine. And hopefully we can use all that to pay off the national debt. Greg, we did skip you, so I'm going to give you the floor for the last couple minutes here, and then we'll wrap up and say goodbye.
Call anytime you have questions, and invite people that you want to buy land from to call me. 1031s are still highly misunderstood. So, and access to good information is hard to find. Plus, we're not regulated, y'all. So, there are QIs out there that don't have any kind of backing. If their employee embezzles the funds, you're out of luck. We're wholly owned by Stewart Title. That's why the biggest names in real estate use us, and a lot of people on this call use us and have for years. Stay involved with your PAC. It costs a lot of money to get access to elected officials. So stay involved with keeping 1031s. It affects everyone. And finally, again, there is an extension. It's too long to describe. We have about 8 pages we can send you if you have questions on the extension, but just know right now, there is an extension on the deadlines in Texas. So yeah, thanks very much.
That's good info. Two things I want to follow up on that. One, if you want to contact Greg, you can contact me. You probably got an email from me with the potentially with the link to this, or Abby in our office, or any of our people in our Houston office can get you in touch with Greg. Also connect with him on LinkedIn on the thing. But Greg, that's a great point, because I watched a few people lose fortunes in the last breakdown of 1031s. So once the amateurs get into 1031s and get involved, they're not doing their homework on who's holding their money and how that's being secured. So thank you for that. Hey, fantastic event, everybody. Have a wonderful weekend. Glad to hear. I'm in cold Minnesota. I'm glad to hear y'all are warm again. Look forward to coming down and joining you when we can do live events shortly. COVID seems to be on the retreat, so I'm a cheerleader for let's get things moving. Thank you. Final goodbyes from y'all, and I'll take a moment to sign off. And I'm going to put up on the screen our sponsor logos again. Thank them. But so take this moment to say whatever you want to say, and we're all signing off.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having us.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Great job.
Thanks.
Yep. Thanks to Asset Preservation, Manhart, CCIM, love our people at CCIM. Thank you for partnering with us. Van Trust and Sparrowhawk. Have a wonderful Thursday afternoon, and looking forward to going into a great weekend. Thanks, everyone. Buttons. Find the right buttons, Todd. There we go. See you.